The Speaker of the National Assembly has directed that the quorum bell be rung for a couple of minutes, and this is pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders number 34. As the Speaker sort of prepares to preside over the business of the National Assembly, and as we await for members to raise that pertinent number, a number dictated by the standing orders as at least 50 members to be in the chambers at any particular time when the House is sitting. Allow me to sort of keep taking you through the order paper this afternoon on matters of deliberation by members this afternoon. The Honorable Mary Emase will equally be tabling a bill this afternoon. This particular bill is the Cotton Industry Development Bill. This is Senate Bills number 5 of the year 2023. The leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, is also set to move a motion on the alteration of the calendar of the House on matters to do with recess and resumption. The National Assembly has raised the requisite quorum. Allow me to hand over for these live proceedings. Enjoy your viewing.
This central bank, yes. The message from central bank. It will come. This is there. This is here.
Yes.
It's here, this one.
Okay.
Then number 2 is there. Which I can read in fire. 2, the one on Mozambique.
Yes.
Then number 3 on messages, we do not have this one, but we have this Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes. Okay, fine. We now have quorum to transact business, clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I have 2 short communications. The first one is a message from His Excellency the President, a message from the President on nomination of a person for appointment as the Director of Public Prosecutions. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 42, I wish to convey a message from His Excellency the President regarding nomination of a person for appointment as the Director of Public Prosecutions. In the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Article 157(2) of the Constitution and Section 8(5) of the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions Act 2013, he nominates Mr. Renson Mulele Ingonga, OGW, as the Director of Public Prosecutions. The President now seeks the approval of the appointee by this House. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of a nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President, together with the CV, the report of the selection panel, and other testimonials of the nominee, to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. Honorable members, whereas Section 8(6) of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act 2013 provides that the National Assembly shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 21 days, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 requires the National Assembly to undertake the exercise within 28 days. In this regard, the committee should undertake approval hearings and submit its report within the timelines provided for in the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. Honorable members, conscious of the fact that the House is scheduled to proceed for recess next week, I hasten to clarify that the counting of days with respect to the consideration of the nominee will cease during the recess period and resume when the House first sits upon resumption from recess. The committee is therefore expected to immediately commence the approval process and notify the nominee, the general public, of the time and place for holding the approval hearing, and upon conclusion of the hearing, table its report within the set timelines as guided. I thank you. Members, take the nearest seats. I have another communication. The nearest seat, Daktari. The word nearest is strange to all of you. Honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation from the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique. I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique who are seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises members of the Parliamentary Committee of Defense, Security and Public Order. They are Honorable Alindo Arrigo Makwiny, reporter of the Commission, leader of the delegation. The Honorable Deolinda Catarina Joao Chochoma, Vice President of the Commission. The Honorable Elias Makasho Maseta Dlakama, Vice Reporter of the Commission. I don't know if it's related to Alfonso Dlakama. The Honorable Julieta Antonio, member of the Commission. The Honorable Gilberto Francisco, member of the Commission. The Honorable Joaquina Oreste Cilia, member of the Commission. The Honorable Atanasio Gomez Kuliakila, member of the Commission. The delegation is accompanied by Mr. Fernando Shao, Assistant to the Commission. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country to benchmark on best practices and share experiences with their counterpart Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Internal Affairs, as well as that of Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome the members to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagement during their stay in the country. I've been requested by the Honorable Angari Mother, member for Gilgil, to add her voice to that acknowledgement. Mother, give a microphone to Mother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to just join you and note that on behalf of Liaison Committee, I was able to welcome them to the Assembly today. They have also been able to meet with the Committee of Defense, National Intelligence and Foreign Affairs, where I sit, and also the National Security and Internal Affairs Committee. And Mr. Speaker, even as we forge other relationships with Mozambique, it is just this year that the President visited the country. And even as we forge and go ahead with many other agreements, including trade and cooperation, Mr. Speaker, it is also important that we enhance parliamentary diplomacy, and that is what we are doing here with this team. So I want to join you and my colleagues to welcome them to the House. It is a mutual beneficiary meeting so that we can benefit from them as they benefit from us. I thank you and I welcome them on behalf of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mother. There is another communication, honorable members. This relates to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, Kenya Branch Annual General Meeting and election of the Executive Committee. Honorable members, you recall that on 3rd August 2023, I did bring to the attention of the House the existence of vacancies in the Executive Committee of the CPA Kenya Branch. In my communication, I notified the House that an annual general meeting was scheduled to be held on Thursday, 10th August 2023 for purposes of holding elections. I also invited interested members to tender their applications for election in writing to the clerk of the Assembly. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Kenya branch held its AGM here in the National Assembly chambers as scheduled. In addition, the AGM received and adopted the Treasurer's report on audited accounts of the branch. At the AGM, the following 7 members of the National Assembly were elected to the Executive Committee of the CPA Kenya branch. 1, the Honorable Dr. Adan Kainan, CBS MP. 2, the Honorable Janet Sitiene, MP. 3, the Honorable Caroline Ngeleche, MP. 4, the Honorable Catherine Omanyo, MP. 5, the Honorable Musili Mawathe, MP. 6, the Honorable Beatrice Adagala, MP, as the branch representative to CWP. And 7, the Honorable John Paul Mwirigi, MP, as the branch representative. In keeping with the practice, honorable members, the leaders of the majority and minority parties in the National Assembly and the Senate form part of the Executive Committee on the account of the offices they hold. Honorable members, for the information of the House, the following senators were also elected to the Executive Committee: Senator Hilary Sigei, MP, Senator Esther Okenyuri, MP, and Senator Hezena Lemaletian, MP. Honorable members, the Executive Committee is led by the Speakers of the Houses of Parliament, who are the co-presidents, whereas the Clerk of the National Assembly and the Clerk of the Senate are the CPA Kenya branch Secretary and Treasurer, respectively. The Executive Committee is now fully constituted and will assume the responsibility of steering the branch towards achieving the objectives of the association. I take this opportunity to congratulate the office bearers and wish them a successful and productive tenure as they carry out their roles. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
We have any petition?
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, you may recall I presented the President's message at communication. It still stands as a message on the DPP. I have a second message from the President, and this is a message from His Excellency the President on nomination of a person for appointment as Chairman of the Board of the Central Bank of Kenya. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42, I wish to convey the following message from His Excellency the President regarding nomination of a person for appointment as Chairperson of the Board of the Central Bank of Kenya. In the message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Section 13B of the Central Bank of Kenya Act Cap 491, as read together with Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates Mr. Andrew Mukite Musangi for appointment as the Chairperson of the Board of the Central Bank of Kenya. The President therefore seeks the approval of the Parliament on the said nomination. Honorable members, Section 11(2)(a) of the Central Bank of Kenya Act 491 of the laws of Kenya reads, and I quote, "The chairperson shall be appointed by the President through a transparent and competitive process and with the approval of Parliament, shall hold office for a term of 4 years, but shall be eligible for reappointment for one further term." Honorable members, you may wish to note that the approval of appointment of a chairperson of the Board of the Central Bank of Kenya is another one of the exceptions where the applicable law prescribes approval by Parliament. Indeed, the House continues to conduct such exercise jointly with the Senate. Therefore, honorable members, just for clarity, the vetting process shall proceed in the following manner. that the vetting of the nominee proposed for appointment as chairperson of the board of the Central Bank of Kenya shall be conducted by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning of the National Assembly, jointly sitting with the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget of the Senate. The quorum of the joint sittings of the committees will be the respective quorums of each of the committees as stipulated in the standing orders of the respective houses. Honorable members, as contemplated under Rule 9(6) of the joint rules, unless a decision is reached by consensus, any vote to be taken in the joint sittings of the committees shall be by separate houses. This will ensure that the numerical difference of the individual members representing the houses in the joint sittings has no effect on the decisions of the joint sittings of the committees. Honorable members of the joint committees shall, having conducted the vetting hearings, submit a joint report to the respective houses in the manner contemplated by paragraph 7 of the joint rule number 9, and that the approval process shall be conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. Honorable members, whereas the Central Bank of Kenya Act does not provide specific timelines within which the House is to consider the nominee, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 requires the relevant House to undertake the exercise within 28 days. Therefore, the timelines prescribed in the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 shall apply. Honorable members, the committees should expeditiously proceed to jointly notify the nominee and the public of the approval hearings and proceed to undertake the necessary approval hearings. Thereafter, the committees should submit their joint report to enable the House to consider the matter within statutory timelines. Honorable members, conscious of the fact that the House is scheduled to proceed for recess next week, I wish to clarify that the counting of days with respect to the consideration of the nominee will cease during the recess period and resume when the House first sits upon resumption from recess. Honorable members, the committee is therefore expected to immediately commence the approval process and notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place of holding the approval hearing, and upon conclusion of the hearing, table its report within the set timelines. I thank you. Next order. Honorable members, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seat, honorable member. Nearest. Honorable members, I have a further communication on the establishment of a joint committee to inquire into the activities and operations of Worldcoin in Kenya. Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday's sitting, 15th August 2023, I conveyed my decision to allow the establishment of a joint ad hoc committee to, among other things, inquire into the matters raised in a statement by the member for Manyata constituency, the Honorable Gitonga Mkunji MP, regarding the reported activities and operations of Worldcoin. The joint ad hoc committee was to comprise 15 members drawn from the departmental committees on administration and internal security, communication, information and innovation, and tourism and wildlife. Each committee was to nominate in writing 5 members from amongst its membership. Honorable members have since received in writing the nominees from the respective departmental committees as follows. From the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, the Honorable Gabriel Tongoyo MP, the Honorable Mburu Kahangara MP, the Honorable Caroline Ngelechei MP, the Honorable Peter Kaluma MP, and the Honorable Sarah Korere MP. From the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, the Honorable John Kiari MP, the Honorable Geoffrey Wandeto MP, the Honorable Gideon Kimayo MP, the Honorable Shakil Shabir CBS MP, and the Honorable Irene Mayaka MP. From the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife, the Honorable Kareke Mbuku CBS MP, the Honorable Geoffrey Ruku MP, the Honorable Dr. Edwin Gishuki MP, the Honorable Captain Roeda Obo MP, and the Honorable Innocent Maino Mugabe MP. Honorable members, in view of the nominations from the committees and in consultation with the leadership of the House, I have co-opted the members for Manyata, the Honorable Gitonga Mukunji MP, who submitted the statement on the matter. Nominated member, the Honorable Umulkhair Harun Mohammed MP, and the member for Shinyalu, the Honorable Frederick Ikana MP. For clarity and in keeping with practice, the co-opted members will take part in the deliberations of the committee and offer insights as appropriate, but they shall not have any voting rights. In conclusion, our members, may I hasten to remind the committees of the expectation that the inquiry be conducted immediately and report be submitted to the House by Thursday, the 28th of September 2023. The joint committee is to inquire into the activities and operations of Worldcoin in Kenya and shall engage concerned parties, including but not limited to the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies whose mandates have a bearing on the matter. I thank you. And honorable members, I think left out, I had indicated that I shall designate a chairperson of this committee from the Committee of Administration and Internal Security. And since the chairman of the committee, the Honorable Gabriel Tongoy, has nominated himself to the committee, I direct that he be the chairman of the committee. It will be unwise to choose an ordinary member of a committee in the face of his chair. Honorable members, there is the last communication, and this is a recognition of sports persons who participated in Special Olympics Games. Why don't you say sportsmen and women? Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation comprising of sportsmen and women who participated in the Special Olympics Games that were held in Berlin, Germany, from 15th to 25th June 2023. They are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. And you can see they are well dressed in uniforms. Thank you. Honorable members, they are as follows: 1, Vanessa Kariuki, Angela Nyambura Kamau, Eflon Kingori, Jed Maina, Lynn Owendi, Lina Mumbua, Lynette Nyambura, Victor Lijembe, Kimanthi Mbadha, Eugene Ocheng, Alex Bala, Francis Kiragu, Howard Masha, Vincent Onyango, Hope Mwangi, Eric Otieno, George Gishiri, Joski Bonyo, David Nganga, Serena Makena, Anton Mwangi, Esther Maina, James Karanja, Esther Mushiri, and Vincent Mungai. Honorable members, I will indulge the Honorable Wanjik Muya, MP, to welcome the Olympians to the House and make brief remarks on your behalf. The delegation is also welcome to Parliament to observe proceedings of the National Assembly. I thank you. After Wanjiku Muya, I have also been requested by Honorable Beatrice Elachi and member for Westlands Tim Wanyonyi to make a few comments in that order. Wanjiku Muya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And as a parliament today, I'm very, very proud that Parliament as an institution is able to recognize our athletes. Honorable Speaker, I will read the statement as it is, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 43.1, I rise to make a statement regarding the 2023 Special Olympic Games held from 15th to 25th June 2023 in Berlin, Germany. Honorable Speaker, Special Olympic Games are an international sporting event for participants with intellectual disability. It is indeed one of the world's largest inclusive events that attract thousands of athletes with intellectual disability every 2 years, and an alternative between summer and winter games is scheduled similar to that of Olympic and Paralympic. Honorable Speaker, the first Special Olympic World Games were held in 1968 in USA under the patronage of Eunice Kennedy Shriver and the founder of the Special Olympic movement in the world. With respect to Africa, the first ever Special Olympic Pan-African Games were held in Cairo, Egypt in 2020, and it is worth noting that Kenya prides itself in having been the first country on the continent to establish a Special Olympic office in 1978, followed by the Republic of South Africa. Honorable Speaker, this year the event attracted more than 170 countries, 7,000 athletes participating in 24 sports, over 20,000 volunteers. Honorable Speaker, as the chair of Regional Integration Committee, I was very inspired to witness our regional bloc of EAC participating in large numbers, including Kenya, which had more than 60 participants. I'm very thankful to you, Honorable Speaker, and the Clerk of the National Assembly for having granted me the opportunity, alongside the Honorable Member Catherine Omanyo, MP from Busia, to represent the National Assembly in the 2023 edition of Special Olympic Games in Berlin, Germany. Honorable Speaker, I'm immensely privileged to share the monumental achievement of our Kenyan athletes at these games. Under the patronage of Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, our athletes left an indelible mark on the global stage. They brought home an impressive tally: 15 gold, 4 silver, and 5 bronze medals. Honorable Speaker, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, for warmly receiving and hosting our Special Olympic athletes when they returned home, just as you and the office of the clerk did today. Honorable Speaker, I also extend the special appreciation for Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Rigathi for her presence and participation in this year's Special Olympic and all officials of the event. As we look forward to future, let us advocate for a more inclusive, accepting society that celebrates the rights and potential of persons with disability. And I therefore, Honorable Speaker, implore upon you to broaden the participation of our members who are representative of the people to the future Special Olympic Games. Such involvement will not only raise awareness, but also amplify the voice of those who champion the cause of inclusivity. Finally, Honorable Speaker, to say that 2023 Special Olympic Games was momentous occasion would be an understatement. It was a profound journey into the realm of human spirit and capability. The event demonstrated indeed the words of Eliud Kipchoge that no human is limited. As we celebrate the achievement of our children living with disability, it is important that as legislatures, we continually support them through funding, engagement, and most importantly, ensuring that we have in place a robust legal and policy framework for their more inclusivity. To this end, Honorable Speaker, for record, I have already submitted a legislative proposal to amend the Person with Disability Act 2003. My bill seeks to oblige the Council to specify the type of disability when recognizing the persons with disability in their system, using dignified language in registration, certification of person with disability, and discourage the use of disrespectful and offensive names and language when referring to persons with disability. Let us hold on to the vision that one day, in not so far distant future, Kenya will proudly host the Special Olympics, a statement to our unwavering commitment to the world, where every individual abilities are celebrated and cherished and embraced, and we embrace this year's theme of unbeatable together. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Elachi, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also just rise to really appreciate the Special Olympics team and to really appreciate Serena and her team. For indeed, Mr. Speaker, how I just wish that the ministry would have flagged off this team and to really start embracing inclusion. That whenever you flag off any team, remember they are also going to carry our flag. They've carried us so high, Mr. Speaker. Having 3,000 coaches, how I pray that as we go forward in this inclusion, we shall have Kenyan coaches, more of them, joining in as they do in football and any other sports that we have in our country. But more importantly, to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity for our members to just join that team, and to thank Her Excellency Dr. Pastor Dorcas for just being there for this team, but not just this team, but being there for every vulnerable child that she's carrying today. So we thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we appreciate the team, and we wish them well, and I know they'll do better and better, and may God bless them. Thank you.
Tim Wanyonyi, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also join to celebrate our team that has performed exemplary well. And Mr. Speaker, our Paralympic team has been going and coming back with medals, gold medals, more than even our Olympic team. But when they arrive, when they leave quietly, they come back quietly, nobody receives them. And Mr. Speaker, we want to thank you for welcoming them to the Parliament. And these are men and women who are carrying the flag of this nation. And they carried our flag very high out there, and we have to celebrate them, Mr. Speaker. And I want to wish that even the Minister of Sports, he ought to have been at the airport to receive the team when it came back. He never flagged it off. He never received it. He has not even acknowledged them. That is not the way we have to go. We need, the minister must also just exercise and show that this team is representing Kenya and the Kenyans, and they need also to be given due recognition like anybody else who has performed well, the likes of Eliud Kipchoge and others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we celebrate our team.
Thank you. Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was there. I witnessed. I was challenged to get more committed. We were in Berlin watching people living with disability, playing smart, slowly but sure, got more medals than people with high ability. And when I came back, Mr. Speaker, I realized that all of us are disabled. We are living with disability. Even those people with spectacles, including our speaker, if we take those specs from you, you will be struggling to read.
You shall
so
stop using the speaker as a point of reference in any manner of debate.
What the point is, how we look at people and describe them and call them and discriminate them because they have a challenging thing on them should not make us define them and deny them chances. And because of that, I will support anytime, everywhere there is an opportunity, in offices, in our houses, let people with disability give all they have, because they might be disabled only maybe somewhere, maybe a hand, a leg, maybe intellectually, but there is something they can showcase or offer to be part of a solution in our country. Mr. Speaker, also when I witnessed that, I realized that our institutions in Kenya, schools, homes, even offices, do not have accessibility for people living with disability. I hope that one day this country will wake up and do something for the sake of people living with disability. No discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Catherine. Is the chairman of or chairperson of sports committee in the House? The vice chair? Majority leader? I'm not giving you a chance to speak. I want you to inform this House when we resume. Order Muya, let her listen. You will inform the House when we resume why the Minister for Sports could not flag off this team or receive it when it came back carrying phenomenal success for the country. You will report to the House when we resume and direct the committee to find out from the Minister why this happened and ensure it does not happen again.
Mr. Speaker, that is noted.
Thank you. Yes, Rindikiri, you will be the last on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from the onset, I would like to congratulate our team. Mr. Speaker, when they were leaving, I happened to be allowed when they were denying the visa to travel for the sports. And I joined them together with MP Muya, and by the grace of God, they were given the visas to travel. Mr. Speaker, it is our duty to give every Kenyan an opportunity to participate in sports. I am the captain of golf, and I'm asking that everybody join the sport of golf as anybody else. Mr. Speaker, these are very special people to us. In every village, in every constituency, we have a person with special needs. And they are not lesser of persons like us. And therefore, we need to give them all the support, both material and moral support, as they show their talent. Mr. Speaker, these people have demonstrated that Kenya is not short of talent in sports. And we must start with them. They need to be given special privileges, just like any other sport persons in this country. Mr. Speaker, these people require visas, they require passport to be processed in good time. Mr. Speaker, these people require to be funded to have the facilities that they require to continue sporting like anybody else. And therefore, I'm asking this House that we support the amendment that has been forwarded by Madam Muya, so that now we can have these people entrenched properly in their sporting activities. Mr. Speaker, it's very shameful for our Cabinet Secretary not to go and identify himself with this. If a Cabinet Secretary cannot identify with these special people, he has...
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Shakil Shabir, you want also to say something on this? Yes, sir. 2 minutes. Next to you.
Next to you. Thank you, Bona Speaker, sir. I speak not only on behalf of myself, but as the independence of this august House. It really is a shame the way we treat our heroes. These are not the first ones. And I hope that by insistence, they will be the last to be treated the way they are treated. I remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I think there was one time you were at the airport and we met some world record holder coming back, and he just walked through. Mr. Speaker, when you go to European countries, etc., somebody comes number 15, and they welcome him like a hero. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have also discussed this in the matter of presidential awards. Mr. Speaker, sir, there have been times we've given awards for people who are walking around with maragwe and whatever. I think that has to stop. I think we must have an understanding that every member who gets, any athlete who gets, say, a gold medal is given a particular award. Anyone who does the world record, give a particular award, as well a particular recognition, state recognition, together with some money there too. Mr. Speaker, our athletes are misused by foreign coaches and foreign managers. And many of them, I know one who has been in abject poverty, and the other one who passed away not long ago. They were world record holders, and they lied in abject poverty. Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge my friend, Mheshimiwa Babu Nomamba, to start getting away from the World Rally and getting away from some of these fancy programs.
Yes, Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to congratulate our team. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, the Kenya government, Mr. Speaker, the way you have just put it, they must take our athletes very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable President, the last few weeks, say that some of his cabinet secretaries, they are clueless and they don't understand even what is happening in their ministries. Mr. Speaker, I think the President is right, and among is one sports cabinet secretary. Mr. Speaker, there is no way these ambassadors are going to represent us in Olympics, and the cabinet secretary is nowhere to flag them off. Mr. Speaker, when we're traveling outside the country as members of parliament, as we interact with our colleagues outside there, any other time you mention you are coming from Kenya, the first thing they ask you, oh, we know Kenya because of your athlete. These are the people, Mr. Speaker, who are the real ambassadors to this country. And Mr. Speaker, they must be accorded the respect they deserve. Apart from competing, Mr. Speaker, they must be also rewarded very well, Mr. Speaker. I think we are the only country where we only go to the airport to welcome our athletes, but there is no rewards even to encourage them in the next champion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support my colleague, the Honorable Member for Kipipiri, that we are going to support her bill. Otherwise, I want to wish our team well. We are proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Majority Leader, you said you want to say something on this.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence. I was in the county of Kiambu with His Excellency the President, but I was listening in as I was driving from Kiambu. And it's indeed extremely sad that such good ambassadors of our country can leave our country without due recognition by the ministry charged with that responsibility. And to make matters worse, they go represent our country out there, they win, come back, and not a single officer in the ministry or the minister himself has the decency and the courtesy to receive them at the airport, and even to recognize and appreciate the good work they have done for our country. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, I can hear the Honorable Shakir whispering that he's busy, and all ministers are busy. But when you're Minister for Sports, your core business is managing our sportsmen and women. And more so those who are able differently, these are the people who we should support more. So that even as we speak about giving opportunities to people who live with disability or are able differently than us, it doesn't become just a matter of talking, but we are showing those others who have talents and skills in other areas that they are recognized, they are appreciated, and they are valued by their own country. Therefore, let me, on behalf of the government of Kenya, take this opportunity to profoundly apologize to these great sportsmen and women of our country. But even as I apologize on behalf of the government and the people of Kenya, the Minister, Honorable Speaker, must appear before this House, and I will cause his appearance specifically to tell this House and to tell the people of Kenya why he lacks the time to attend to people who are representing our country and are good ambassadors of our country, Honorable Speaker. Because that is the biggest responsibility, Honorable Speaker, as you were saying yesterday. Members of Parliament, as the people's representatives, must hold ministers to account. You are not made a minister in this country to fly flags in the streets and push and bulldoze your way through traffic with Subaru escorts. You are made a minister to serve the people. And if you are made the Minister of Sports, you must serve sports and sportsmen and women of our country. The best ambassadors who represent us. Honorable Speaker, you can imagine the great feeling that we all feel when these athletes are competing out there and they are winning medals for us. We all come together as Kenyans. And the highest representation we should see in those stadiums, our ministers not carrying joyriders on trips abroad to accompany them to trips abroad and doing nothing. We must see them here receiving our #1 ambassadors around the world. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of not just these honorable members, the people of Kenya and the government of the Republic of Kenya, I must profoundly apologize to these great men and women who have ably represented our country, but also promise them we shall take the minister to account for his time in office, and he must appear before this House, Honorable Speaker, to tell us why he could not afford time, not just for these athletes, but even for others, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am constrained to say more because there is more I could have said. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, because I heard the President the other day saying there are people serving in government who he knows more about their ministries, departments, and agencies in their ministries more than they do. Let them know notice has been served by none other than the President, and we shall pick the cue from there. And it shall not be pleasant. I know you have the copyright of noisy and messy, Honorable Speaker. I will not use those words. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, let's salute those young athletes and thank the Honorable Muya and the Honorable Catherine Omanyo for being in Berlin to represent us at the Games. Honorable members, because of these great young Kenyans, Kenya's national anthem is the most played in capitals around the world because of their performance. You go to some countries, you find a street named after an athlete, and the only recognition they have is that he finished a race at the Olympics. Not one, just finished a race at the Olympics. But these are world beaters. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Dan Wanyama, we had closed this, but I had given direction to your committee, and you must act I'll give you a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Just to have a minute to thank the athletes that did proud this country. And from where I sit as a committee, I didn't facilitate the going and participation of Honorable Catherine Amanyo to be part and parcel of that contingent on behalf of the Committee of Sports. But what has transpired from the CS, I think it is very unfortunate, and as a committee, we'll be able to summon the CS and the PS to appear before the committee to give an explanation, and just not an explanation, but an explanation in writing why he did not be in a position to receive and accord these athletes who have given us a good name in the world about what happened. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I take it up, and we'll be able to table the report on what the minister has explained as far as these athletes are concerned. But once again, as a sportsman, again, I want to thank these Kenyans who have put Kenya on the map for good reasons altogether. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
There is a petition to be presented by the Honorable Charles Onchoke.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to present this petition. I, the undersigned, on behalf of Mr. Benson Asiago Mocheo, an aggrieved Kenyan citizen, draw the attention of the House to the following. That Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 reposes all sovereign authority in the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya have delegated legislative authority to the Parliament as the representative of the people. That Article 10 of the Constitution provides for the national values and principles of governance. The same bind all state organs, state officers, public officers, and all persons. That Mr. Benson Asiago Mocheo worked for the Kenya Railways Corporation for 17 years, from 8 January 1968 to 30 April 1985, as the station manager on permanent and pensionable terms. In 1984, the University of Nairobi placed an advertisement in the Daily Nation for the position of assistant accountants. Public officers in government and parastatals who are eligible to apply through their respective heads of departments for recommendations and other necessary formalities. That Mr. Benson Asiago Mocheo made an application for the said position through the Managing Director, Kenya Railways Corporation, and was later invited for an interview and offered the advertised position in 1985. He therefore forwarded his letter to the Managing Director of Kenya Railways Corporation to release him and transfer his in service to the University of Nairobi. The Managing Director of Kenya Railways Corporation authorized Mr. Mocheo's transfer to the University of Nairobi, where he worked for 22 years until retirement in the year 2006. That the University of Nairobi and Kenya Railways Corporation have severally agreed that the latter would pay Mr. Mocheo's pension for the 17 years of service at the Kenya Railways Corporation. However, the University of Nairobi paid Mr. Mocheo's pension for the period worked, but the Kenya Railways Corporation has not paid its dues to date. That twice, Mr. Mocheo has sought redress in court without success, as the courts have deemed this matter time-barred. the Kenya Railways Corporation further alleges that the University of Nairobi ought to have paid his pension for both the 20 years and 17 years. Mr. Mocheo has refused to accept a pension payment of 527 shillings 20 cents per month as offered by the corporation. Mr. Mocheo has refused to pick a pension check issued in 2007 by the corporation, and Mr. Mocheo has refused to fill all the census forms, and that, contrary to the allegations by the Kenya Railways Corporation, Mr. Mocheo claims to have been filing the census forms every year and is not aware of any check made in the year 2007. Further, that the 527 shillings and 20 cents per month offered by the corporation is lower than the rightful amount of 9,002 shillings and 45 cents as calculated using his last salary in the year 2006. Therefore, your humble petitioner prays that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, inquires into the matter and recommends an appropriate mechanism for resolving the matter for the benefit of the petitioner. 2, recommends an action to be taken on all involved in the continued violation of Mr. Mocheo's right to fair administrative action as provided under the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the Fair Administrative Action Act number 4 of 2016. 3, recommends for payment of the delayed pension to Mr. Benson Asiago Mocheo, and 4, makes any other recommendation or action it deems fit to address the plight of the petitioner. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Njoke. That petition is committed to the Committee on Public Petitions. You want to say something? Yes. Yes, I'll allow you 2 minutes.
Thank you, 2 minutes. My name is Stephen Mogaka, member for West Mugrango constituency. I do empathize with that petitioner. Talking of pensions, Mr. Speaker, is touching on a raw nerve, because all of us here have pensioners, very senior citizens who have given distinguished service to this republic. But when it comes to their terminal benefits, particularly pension, our people are treated in a very degrading manner. This petition reminds me that in my constituency, I lost an MCA in a road accident, the leader of majority of Nyamira County, and I'm going to do a fundraiser for him this afternoon. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, his father, who has turned blind, is, besides being bereaved, when I was condoling him, he gave me a narration of what he has gone through as a retired teacher and has not got pension, and his only prospective support, who is the MCA, has died. This is a very tragic moment, and I plead with us as a House, this 13th Parliament, to look for a way to bring an end to the suffering of the various petitioners. In Makwiny, for example, Mr. Speaker, Rod Andaya is another teacher who has not got pension from the time she retired. I don't want to mention even again from Bonchari. He is my friend and I visit him frequently. I confronted David from Bonchari, David Nyakevako. He has also not got pension. My chief, Mr. Kenye, who retired, has not got pension, and the names are endless. I do empathize with this petitioner, and when this petition comes to the relevant committee, kindly let us rise to the occasion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to support this very important petition has been brought by the Honorable Charles Onchoke. Honorable Speaker, the matter of retirees is becoming very problematic in our country. Honorable Speaker, I have several old people, and majority of them are men in my constituency, who used to work with Kenya Railways, and they are giving a story which is similar to the one that has been raised by the Honorable Onchoke. So I would like to encourage the committee led by the Honorable Mbai to not only look at the matter that has been raised of Mr. Osiago, but go beyond and check on other retirees. And I would like to raise the ones from my constituency, Mutomo and Ikuda, who worked for Kenya Railways, who worked for 20 years, others 25 years and stopped working, or retired and have never been paid. Honorable Speaker, I would like to mention a name of a person called Mr. Musili from Kadhidu village in my constituency, whose 2 wives are suffering, they have children, and they are not able to take care of them. And all they do is to carry his card, which they are presented to my office. Honorable Speaker, as they look at this matter, I would like to encourage them to look at the matter of Mr. Musili and other Kenyans who are in the same situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Benja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to also join my colleague in empathizing the Kenyans who have been suffering because of non-payment of their pensions. Mr. Speaker, pension department in this country, I think it is the most mismanaged department of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. We have so many teachers, so many doctors, so many public servants, Mr. Speaker, who when they leave service, Mr. Speaker, they have spent 5 years following up their pensions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to do radical surgery to the pensions department and make sure every Kenyan who retires, Mr. Speaker, they must receive their pensions the next month, Mr. Speaker, because first of all, those who are retiring, they are known. They are known 1 year before. They are informed. There should not be any reason why pensions should not be paid immediately after they have retired, Mr. Speaker. I was discussing in my Committee of Finance an issue in pensions, and some people were saying, why don't we put it that somebody should get pensions after 3 months? But we said no, it should be immediate because everything is known. The retirement age of every employee, Mr. Speaker, is known, Mr. Speaker, for the teachers. I've taken time to speak to not officials in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. And what they are proposing, Mr. Speaker, which I think we need to support them, is that the pensions of teachers should be managed by Teacher Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, because teachers, the employees of teachers are Teacher Service Commission, Mr. Speaker. Even the pensions for Parliament, Mr. Speaker, should be managed by Parliamentary Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, so that all the pensioners get their dues on time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Morogara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we should be sending a message to the Kenya Railways Corporation and remind them that the precursor of the Kenya-Uganda Railway, which was started long time ago, in fact, during those days, slavery was still rampant in these parts of Africa, and they still possibly have that mentality that they can mistreat employees purely because they have an upper bargaining power. They used to have the railway line from Kenya to Uganda, famously known as, notoriously known as the Lunatic Express, some form of madness, which possibly is what still lingers in their minds today as they treat these old employees in the most unfair and unjust manner. There is the issue of limitation that has been raised, but I'm happy to say today, as we speak, the labor relations laws are quite lenient on issues of limitation, and therefore they should not be falling back on the old employment laws, most of which have been repealed. This is a matter that they should look at afresh and ensure that employee is actually compensated through pension. And to all employers, it's now routine that as an employee approaches retirement age, he is reminded every day, you have these months to remaining, you have these days remaining, and therefore there is no reason why an employer should not start computing pension dues towards the terminal end of the employment of every employee. I think as a house, we need to look at the pensions laws, the retirement laws, retirement benefits, and everything else to ensure that we protect employees as they go towards retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia niweze kuunga petition ambayo imeletwa leo kuhusu Kenya Railways. Mheshimiwa Spika, nina pia mjomba wangu ambaye anaitwa Juma Mohamed Mtiti ambaye alifanya kazi na Kenya Railways miaka mingi sana, na kila ukienda kumtembelea Mheshimiwa Spika analalamika ule mgao wao malipo ya uzeeni inachelewa sana, na saa zingine yani nafikiri kuna mtu ufanya makatafunua kule. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wakati ambapo serikali inafaa iangaliwe wazee wetu ambao wamehudumia serikali kwa miaka mingi. Yeye alikuwa station master pale Kisumu na alimaliza, lakini kulipwa mshahara wake ule wa pension wamsumbua sana malipo uzeni. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuko mpaka na councillors wanalia, na nafikiri kuna petition wataleta pia hapa bungeni, manake ni muda wamesahaulika kama waliweza kutoa huduma katika serikali hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, na kwa hivyo naunga mjadala huu kuwa walimu, madaktari, wale wafanyikazi wa serikali wote malipo yao ya uzeeni yaangaliwe vizuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, wazee wanahangaika sana katika taifa hili, na hata hao ambao wanalipwa yale malipo mengine ya 2,200 pia wao pia huibiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo tusiwache wazee wetu kuhangaika katika taifa hili wakati walitoa huduma. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. The petition is committed to the Committee on Public Petitions. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 17th August 2023. Reports of the Auditor General and Financial and Statement on Judiciary Mortgage Scheme for the years ended 30th June 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, and the certificates therein. Number 2, reports of the Auditor General and Financial Statement in respect of the following institution for the year ended 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein. Number 1, St. John's Teachers Training College, Kilimambogo, and number 2, Limuru Technical and Vocational College. Mr. Speaker, I lay. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 17th August 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following reports. 1, the East Africa Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accident and Incidents Investigations. And 2, protocols relating to amendments of Article 50A and 56 to the Convention on the International Civil Aviation 1944 Chicago Convention. Honorable Speaker, I lay.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 17th August 2023. Reports of the consideration of the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023 by the following committees. Number 1, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, and number 2, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the East Africa Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accidents and Incidents Investigations, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th August 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 8(4) of Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of East Africa Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accidents and Incidents Investigations. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the protocols relating to the amendments to Article 50A and 56 to the Convention on International Civil Aviation 1944, that is Chicago Convention, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th August 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of protocols relating to amendments to Article 50A and 56 to the Convention on International Civil Aviation 1944 Chicago Convention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next, Honorable Ruku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice to the motion, adjournment motion, on a different matter of urgent national importance regarding the new financing model for higher education and technical institutions. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33(1), I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for the purposes of discussing a matter of urgent national importance regarding the new financing model for students joining universities, colleges, and technical institutions in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, under the new financing model, the level of funding to be extended to each student will be based on several factors to be determined by the Higher Education Loan Board and the Universities Fund. Among the factors to be considered are parent background, gender, program type and cost, marginalization, disability, family size and composition, government priority areas, and affirmative action. The object and the spirit of the new tertiary education financing model is to promote inclusivity and equal opportunity to accessing higher education by addressing financial barriers that hinder many students from pursuing higher education and technical training. Honorable Speaker, there are serious concerns that the new financing model may put unrealistic burden on parents and guardians amidst the turbulent economic times, thereby disadvantaging some students who qualify to pursue higher learning. In addition, an analysis of various programs in different universities indicate that some public universities are charging higher tuition fees than some private institutions, thereby jeopardizing accessibility and affordability of higher education. It is also notable that the previous government subsidy for higher learning has been removed, and therefore students who miss out on government scholarships and loans will have to pay the entire amount. Further, students will be required to apply for tuition funding every year with no guarantee of securing the funds on each application, among other tougher terms. Honorable Speaker, while the new model could unlock a lot of potential in transforming funding for higher learning in our country, abundant caution must be exercised so that it does not jeopardize access to higher learning in this country. This is a matter of great concern, given that the students who search for Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education in 2022 are due to join universities and colleges in September 2023. Yet it is not clear whether the model will facilitate accessibility and affordability to higher learning or may end up commercializing the sector. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have 20 members supporting you. All right, you have the requisite support numbers. I'll direct that this motion be moved by 6 o'clock this evening. Yes, Honorable Tindi Mwale, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order concerning the matter which you have just ruled. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the direction that we have time to discuss the matter. But as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, the architect and the design of our standing orders, we, at the end of the debate, Mr. Speaker, will not be able to give direction or a resolution. And Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, education is a fundamental right, and the access to it should not be overemphasized. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, under standing order number 6, I'm humbly requesting you that even if we debate it, you also call the Minister, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, to shed more light and give the House the relevant information about the new model of funding new university students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Male, you know, Honorable Ruko has chosen to bring that motion, which is his right, but the Committee of Education, and I see the chairman here, they need not be prompted by anybody to call the minister or summon the minister to appear before them to discuss any matter that touches on his docket and affects the people of Kenya. So even beyond the debate that Honorable Rook is bringing, the committee shall remain seized of the matter and can call the minister anytime and deal with the issue. The committee can also, under the standing orders, bring unsolicited statements to the House to appraise the House and the people of Kenya on any matters within their oversight responsibility. So you are right, but the chairman is here. I'm not giving you an opportunity to say anything now. Wait for the motion and speak to the motion. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader, your Thursday statement.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 15th August, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, I wish to remind members that the House is scheduled to proceed for recess next week. As such, members should note that House may be required to sit longer or have additional sitting on some days to conclude with any urgent matters before proceeding on the break. With respect to the House business on Tuesday next week, the House will undertake second reading of the following bills, including those not concluded today. Number 1, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill 2023. 2, the Water Amendment Bill 2023. 3, the Climate Change Amendment Bill 2023. And 4, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022. The House will also debate the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper, should they not be concluded. Number 1, report of the Kenya delegation to the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings. Number 2, report of the 4th General Assembly of the Eastern Africa Parliamentary Alliance on food security and nutrition. Number 3, report on the inspection of various one-stop border posts in Northern Corridor, in East Africa and Community Region. Number 4, report on employment diversity audit in public institutions. Number 5, consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 12 constituencies in Kakamega County. And number 6, probable loss of investment in Saiton High Yield Solution Platform. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the following Cabinet Secretaries are scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 23 August 2023, to respond to the questions as follows. A, the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, to respond to the following questions. Number 1, question number 228, 2023, by the member of Ganze, Honorable Kenneth Kazungu, MP, regarding containment of elephant herds that have been a menace to residents of Mahera Jira and Mirima Wandege in Ganze constituency. Number 2, questions number 320, 2023, by the member for Wajir East, Honorable Adan Daud Mohammed, MP, regarding oversight of the Tourism Promotion Fund Board. Number 3, question number 321, 2023, by the member for West Pokot County, Honorable Raila Kasiwai, MP, regarding rehabilitation and preservation of the Kapenguria Museum. Number 4, question number 322, 2023, by the member for Mandera South, Honorable Abdul Haro, MP, regarding the steps taken by the ministry to mitigate human-wildlife conflict in Mandera South constituency. Number 4, question number 322-23, 2023, by the member for Samburu County, Honorable Pauline Lenguris, MP, regarding compensation of families and residents in Samburu County killed by wild animals and destruction of their property. Number 6, question number 324, 2023, by the member for Nyandarua County, Honorable Faith Wairimu Gitau, MP, regarding the human life conflict cases at Mukindu in Okalao constituency. And 7, question number 325, 2023, by the member for West Pokot County, Honorable Raila Kasiwai, MP, regarding settlement of approved compensation claims in Nasolot Game Reserve. B, Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, to respond to the following questions. Number 1, question number 241, 2023, by the member of Forchuka Igamba Gombe, Honorable Patrick Munene, MP, regarding availability of emergency funds to Kenya Mission Abroad for purposes of assisting Kenyans in distress. Number 2, question number 301, 2023, by the member for Saboti, Honorable Caleb Amisi, MP, regarding delayed payment for salaries to Kenya staff seconded to embassies and missions abroad. Number 3, question number 302, 2023, by the member for Keio South, Honorable Gideon Kimayo, MP, regarding refund of fees to unsuccessful United States visa applicants. Number 4, questions number 303, 2023, by the nominated member, Honorable Sabina Wanjiru Chege, CBS MP, regarding compensation of the survivors of 1998 U.S. Embassy in Nairobi. C, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning to respond to the following questions. Number 1, question by private notice number 010-2023 by the member for Turkana South, Honorable John Ariko MP, regarding unlawful dismissal of revenue service assistants. Number 2, questions number 150-2023 by the member of Kanduyi, Honorable John Makali, MP, regarding the current annual status of the balance sheet of Zoya Sugar Company. Number 3, question number 151-2023 by the member for Madare, Honorable Anthony Oloch, MP, regarding arrears owed to political parties in financial years 2016, 2017, and 2022-2023. Number 4, question number 153-2023 by the member of Kiambu, Honorable Mashua Waithaka, MP, regarding the decline in US dollar reserve in the country. Number 5, question number 215-2023 by the member for Ugunja, Honorable Pio Wandai, CBS MP, regarding delay in disbursement of the equitable revenue share to the counties. Number 6, question number 216-2023 by the member for Tiati, Honorable William Kamket, MP, regarding the impact that delocalization by counties such as China, Brazil, Russia, India, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia may have on Kenyan economy. Number 7, question number 217-2023 by the member for Wajir East, Honorable Adan Daud, MP, regarding non-disclosure of the merchants' fees and penalties charged on credit debit cards. Number 8, questions number 294-2023 by the member for Awendo, Honorable John Walter Awino, MP, regarding proposed privatization plan, which includes the sale of South Nyanza Sugar Company nuclear land. Number 9, questions number 295-2023 by the member for Balambala, Honorable Abdi Shurie, MP, regarding reversal of cash payment by certain business establishment. Number 10, question number 296-2023 by the member for Gatundu South, Honorable Gabriel Gagombe, MP, regarding delayed disbursement of funds to the National Youth Service. Number 11, question number 297-2023 by the member of Madioya, Honorable Edwin Mugo, MP, regarding recruitment of revenue service assistance by Kenya Revenue Assembly, KRA. Number 12, question number 354-2023 by the member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, MP, regarding the impact of the import fee levied on raw materials under the crops, nuts and oil crops, Regulation 2020. And last, question number 356-2023 by the nominated member, Honorable Dorothy Ikiara, MP, regarding delay in payment of pension and retired teachers. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 22nd August 2022 to schedule the business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 8. The Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2023, First reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give further effect to the procedures relating to matters of bicameral nature between the houses of parliament as contemplated in chapter 8 of the Constitution of Kenya and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to establish a system of benefit sharing in natural resource exploitation between resource exploiters, the national government, county governments, and local communities and for connected purposes.
Order number 10, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Employment Act to provide for the right to disconnect, the right of employees to have their personal time and privacy respected and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the production, processing, marketing and distribution of cotton in Kenya and its products, establish the Cotton Industry Development Board, provide a framework for cotton farming, ensure value addition to cotton and its related products, and for connected purposes. Order number 12, motion, alteration of the calendar of the House.
Order.
Order number 12, motion, alteration of the calendar of the House.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 28-4, this House resolves to alter its calendar for the second session, regular sessions as adopted on Wednesday, 15th February 2023, by varying the period for the long recess with respect to the second part of the session, so that A, the long recess commences on Friday 25th August 2023 and ends on Monday 25th September 2023, and B, the House resumes regular sittings on Tuesday 26th September 2023 to continue with the third part of the session. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, members may note that this motion seeks to provide for the alteration of the calendar to allow, among other things, for the honorable members as people representatives to oversee and take stock of prioritization and utilization of various decentralized funds under NGCDF and the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, NGAF. Therefore, this will allow honorable members the opportunity to go and exercise oversight over projects in their respective constituencies and to conduct public participation forums on priority projects. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that members of parliament are not only missed by their family members, but even by their constituents. By this time, I know many of our people at the grassroots are longing to see their members of parliament so that they can see them, they can have public participation in different projects that they want to do. They can also have the different projects that has been promised. And as you know, that members of parliament normally, when we go around, we make promises. And others are counting days when, you know, next they can see their members of parliament so that they can see the fulfillment of the promises made by their members of parliament. And that means then this is the great opportunity for them to exercise that. Honorable Speaker, number 3, as members of parliament are aware, various bills and legislative proposals are pending before committees. This extended recess will accord committees ample time to hold sittings to consider pre-publication scrutiny, public participation and tabling of reports before the House to inform the second reading and subsequent stages. Number 4, Honorable Speaker, this proposed alteration of the calendar will also accord members time to reconnect with their families and constituents and come back invigorated in readiness to perform our roles. Mr. Speaker, you know very well that most of the time while we are here, we use a lot of time and spend a lot of time in the chamber and also doing some official businesses, such that even seeing our children, our grandchildren, and our spouses is quite hard. And this recess will give us enough time for people to bond, to go out with our family members, to reconnect again, and to plan even as we approach the end of the year. And there is no other important time for members of Parliament to have better time than this time that we are proposing, so that they can re-energize, replan, and also see how they can face the other as we come to the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, the proposed alteration will be a great benefit to all members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to move and ask Honorable Makali Mulu Doctari to second this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to second this important motion. The alteration is allowing honorable members 1 more week in terms of a break. And I think, honorable members, we really need this additional 1 week to do the following, Honorable Speaker. First of all, it's going to be a good time to reconnect with our families so that honorable members have much more time to take time and be with their families, their children, and even their relatives. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, honorable members will use this time to make sure that they take care of their CDF in terms of oversight. Honorable Speaker, we did receive the last bunch of resources about 2 weeks ago. So many of the honorable members have not been able to go down there, either launch projects or issue out checks. This is going to be a very important opportunity to do that. The third thing, Honorable Speaker, which honorable members will use this time to do, is now that the Committee on CDF did give us the figures in terms of our ceiling for the next financial year, that is the year we are in, Honorable Speaker, the other members will use this time now also to come up with the project proposals for this financial year, and I think really that will allow even those who have not done public participation to take time and do their public participation so that they get to know what is really needed in their constituencies. So, Honorable Speaker, this is very important. And also, Honorable Speaker, you are aware there is an upcoming annual general meeting for the CPA team in Ghana, 30th September. So this time will also allow the team which we just launched this morning to prepare for that important international event, Honorable Speaker. So I think, Honorable Speaker, this is important for all of us. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, you allow me, since I didn't get that time after your communication, to congratulate those who have been elected to the Kenyan Branch CPA Executive Committee, and just inform them that there's a lot of work awaiting them so that they really prepare. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that the chair of the Disability Network is Honorable Wanyonyi. Immediately after now, we go to Ghana, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Watangara will be assuming the regional representatives in WP or Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians. She will also be assuming immediately the chairperson, Africa Region, CWP. So, Honorable Speaker, you can see there is a lot of work for the team, and I really want to encourage them to work as a team to make sure that Kenya continues to provide leadership. With this many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I wish honorable members well when we break for this break, but I want to support this alteration of the calendar. Thank you very much. I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28.4, this House resolves to alter its calendar for the second session, regular sittings, as adopted on Wednesday, 15th February 2023, by varying the period for the long recess with respect to the second part of the session, so that A, the long recess commences on Friday, 25th August 2023, and ends on Monday, 25th September 2023. B, the House resumes regular sittings on Tuesday, 26th September 2023 to commence the third part of the session. I'll put the question, honorable members, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 28-4, this House resolves to alter its calendar for the second session regular sittings as adopted on Wednesday, 15th February 2023 by varying the period for the long recess with respect to the second part of the session so that A, the long recess commences on Friday, 25th August 2023 and ends on Monday, 25th September 2023, and B, the House resumes regular sittings on Tuesday, 26th September 2023 to commence on the third part of the session. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023, second reading.
The leader of majority party, or who is moving? Murugara, are you the one? Yes.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to move that the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023 be read as a Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023 as a total of 17 proposed amendments and the Honorable Speaker committed the 17 proposed amendments to two committees of the House. The 17 proposed amendments as committed were to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, 10 pieces of legislation, that is to say, the Extradition, Contiguous and Foreign Countries Act Chapter 76 of the Laws of Kenya, the Extradition, Commonwealth Countries Act Cap 77 Laws of Kenya, the State Corporations Act Cap 446 Laws of Kenya, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2023, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act 2009, number 9 of 2009, the National Police Service Act 2011, number 11A of 2011, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011, number 22 of 2011, the Mutual Legal Assistance Act 2011, number 36 of 2011, the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012, number 30 of 2012, and the Companies Act number 15 of 2015, number 17 of 2015. To the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, the Capital Markets Authority Act Cap 485 of the Laws of Kenya, the Insurance Act Cap 487, the Laws of Kenya, the Banking Act Cap 488 of Cap 488 of the Laws of Kenya, the Central Bank of Kenya Act Cap 491 Laws of Kenya, the Microfinance Act 2006, number 19 of 2006, the National Payment System Act 2011, which is number 39 of 2011, and the Limited Liability Partnership Act number 42 of 2011. It is important to note that these particular sets of proposed amendments deal with the anti-money laundering laws. To the Departmental Committee and to the Finance Committee, elaborate elaborate reports have been tendered to the House, and each member is invited to look at those particular reports which deal extensively on what each of the proposed amendment entails. It is vitally important to note that our anti-money laundering laws are important to this country for various reasons. One of them is foreign investment, that unless we have good law in the place, investors may actually be jittery when they are coming into the country to put down their money, because there are certain international standards that are required to be adhered to, so that investors, lenders can all be comfortable with the financial systems of the country. This is the reason why it has become necessary, after consultations with partners, to come up with these proposed amendments, which will actually make the running of business better, which will also prevent, most importantly, activities associated with terrorism, activities associated with anti-money laundering, and also when it comes to agencies that are tasked with the responsibility of fighting terrorism, they have better laws to enforce. When it comes to agencies that are tasked with enforcement of the economic crime laws, again, they have better laws which would be used. In a nutshell, it is important to note from the memorandum of objects what exactly these particular laws are doing. And I urge every member to have a copy of the bill, to look at the memorandum of objects to ascertain what is being dealt with. Let's move on to some of the particular laws that are sought to be amended, including the anti-money, including the Extradition and Contiguous Foreign Countries Act Cap 77 and the Extradition Commonwealth Countries Chapter 76 of the laws of Kenya. These actually deal with what happens when a fugitive or a lawbreaker is arrested and has to be extradited to a country for trial, either here into the country, Kenya, for trial, or out of the country, Kenya, where the process of trial has to be conducted. It's important to note that we are now introducing the element of informed consent, so that if this becomes necessary, if the person agrees to be extradited, then he may consent to it, but that consent must be informed, and we must protect both the law and the person's individual human rights, so that you are not coerced, you are not given undue influence, duress, and made to sign papers consenting to your extradition when actually you have not properly consented. We then have the State Corporations Act, which really touches on the Financial Reporting Corporation, Financial Reporting Center, and how it has to be managed so that it can efficiently deliver its services under the standards of the Transparency International and the FATF standards, to which we have actually subscribed to. There are other laws, including the Ethics and Anti-Corruption, where we make a proposal to empower the Commission so as to gain access to relevant information. By this, we are saying, while it retains the power to gain access to information, we have the Data Protection Act, which must protect every citizen when it comes to what information the ESCC has to access. And this is why we have said agencies may give that information. We have not said agencies shall give that information, because we know there are limitations that are set up by the law and which limitations must be respected. There was then the elephant in the room, which was in relation to professionals. Accountants and the rest of them have had no problem with reporting, being reporting agencies of money laundering and other activities. The advocates had a problem because the law was passed sometime last year, but they rushed to court and came up with, and they obtained some interim orders which stopped them being reporting agencies. That case has been pending in court for a long time. It is not an area that we would have delved into because of the sub judice rule, but fortunately, there appears to have been an agreement between the parties who were the Law Society of Kenya, the Honorable Attorney General, and the Financial Reporting Center. They came up with a consent and gave to the committees a joint memorandum regarding the resolution of the matter. And what has now been agreed upon between the three parties is that the reporting agency is not going to be individual advocates, but the Law Society of Kenya, which means the Law Society of Kenya, which is a self-regulating entity and regulates the practice of advocates in the country, will be the one to report to FRC incidents which appear to be money laundering, terrorism, or gains from economic crimes, by the advocates themselves reporting those suspicious circumstances to the Law Society of Kenya. The Law Society of Kenya will then report to the center, and the center would be able to investigate. This is with the consent of the Law Society of Kenya, and therefore we do not anticipate any problems that may come along. Eventually, from the two reports, we have included schedules of proposed amendments, and these will come up when we go to the committee of the whole house, when we consider this bill section by section, proposal by proposal, so that the proposal by the Law Society of Kenya, the Honorable Attorney General, and the FRC will actually be considered in entirety, and we see whether now we do not have any room for anyone to use the professional secrecy, the confidentiality rule, which is what advocates use when they want to decline to give information. I believe this is a good proposal, this is good law, and it is actually good for the country as we move along. May I please you, Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to move and call upon the leader of majority, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wa. The roles are reversed today, and the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wa to second. So,
thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable members, before the majority leader seconds the motion, I would like to recognize the following schools seated in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon: Ogande Mixed Secondary School, Homa Bay Constituency, Homa Bay County; Visions Kids School from Igembe Central Constituency, Meru County; and Excel Academy from Tabaj Constituency in Wajir County. You are welcome to the National Assembly. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking
What is
the
out of
chair.
order, Honorable Kaluma?
Speaker, I seldom stop the majority leader, but Speaker, schools have been mentioned. One of them is my school, which is a school I've really reported in establishing. Ogande Mixed Secondary School is in Parliament because they have won in the national music competition in Nyeri under their category. So they are here to celebrate with the National Assembly that award together with other institutions. In fact, they are led by my best principal, Madam Linet Olonde, and all the teachers together. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to welcome all of them together with all learning institutions to to the House of Parliament during this learning tour. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Majority Leader.
Well, that is in order. Congratulations to Ogade Mixed Secondary School from Mutembei constituency in Mutembei County. Leader of Majority, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me also join the Honorable Kaluma to take my seat to allow him to, I guessed he wanted to welcome his students in the school, that school from Mutembei and also the one from Mutembei and the other school from Tabach in Wajir County. I also take this opportunity to welcome them to the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this bill, and I was saying let me begin by thanking the Chair of JLAC and the Chair of Finance Committee in absentia, who were led the two committees in considering this bill when it came to the House for consideration. Honorable Speaker, as the Chair has ably moved, and let me thank him, I was seated in my office attending to other matters when you called me out to move, but I knew the Honorable Murugara was in hand. We had agreed if I am late in the office, he can move for me and I will second for him, and if I moved, he would second for me, because this bill, him and his committee and that of finance were able to look at it. And Honorable Speaker, as he has said, this bill seeks to attend to gaps, legal gaps in our Anti-Money Laundering Act, our Counter-Terrorism Financing Act, and these are the two acts of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, that we passed. One in 2009, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act that we passed in 2009, and December 2009, and came into operation in 2010, June, together with the Prevention of Terrorism Act that again was enacted in 2012, October of 2012. These two acts, Honorable Speaker, are the architecture around the financing of terrorism and how we counter money laundering and proceeds of crime in this country. And Honorable Speaker, Kenya is amongst the League of Nations that are member states of the Financial Action Task Force, which is a global body that is mandated to set global standards to promote the effective implementation of legal, regulatory, and operational measures to combat money laundering, terrorism financing, and even the financing of the proliferation of small arms and weapons of mass destruction. Honorable Speaker, this task force is charged with that responsibility to ensure that the global financial system is secure and criminals do not use our financial systems to launder money that is proceeds of crime or that is going to finance the production or mass distribution of weapons of mass destruction or even financing terrorism. Honorable Speaker, it also speaks to people who launder money, corruption money. And in a country like ours and many other African states, Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said about fighting corruption, Honorable Speaker. And we have always said that you cannot fight corruption by just speaking without action. And part of the action, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that states and governments are able to follow up proceeds of crime like corruption right to where those who obtain money corruptly from public coffers take their money. And whether you move your money from a country like Kenya to the United States, to South Africa, to Dubai, that the financial system globally is able to track this money and ensure that proceeds of crime, whether it's corruption, whether it's money, whether it's drug trafficking, whether it's the proliferation of arms or even terrorism financing, there is no safe haven anywhere in the world for proceeds of crime, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, there are gaps that this task force usually identifies through their peer reviews, and Kenya again has been subjected to these peer reviews. And over time, Honorable Speaker, I think is in the year 2021, 2022 is the last time that Kenya went through its second anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing mutual evaluation, which, as I said, is a peer review among states. in Eastern, Southern Africa that have a body that they call the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, or SAAMLG. And this regional anti-money laundering body, Honorable Speaker, conducts a peer review amongst the member states. And Kenya, being a member state of this body, had our peer review done in the year 2022. And there are certain gaps that were identified, Honorable Speaker. And it is those gaps that this bill now seeks to address. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me just to go through some of those gaps that were identified, or the deficiencies that were picked up during the mutual evaluation report for Kenya, and indeed they identified certain major deficiencies that need to be addressed through legal reforms, and it is those deficiencies that this bill now seeks to address. Honorable Speaker, the first item was that proceeds of crime and anti-money laundering, the POCAMLA Act, or the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, only contains anti-money laundering requirements and does not cover the combating of terrorism financing. Therefore, there's a gap where we have a law that deals with only issues to do with anti-money laundering, but does not adequately cover the counter-terrorism financing or combating of terrorism financing. And therefore, in a region like ours where we have had incidents of terrorism, it becomes very crucial that we have measures, adequate legal safeguards to ensure that we're also combating terrorism financing. And those are some of the issues that the chair was mentioning that this bill now seeks to address. It also identifies that Kenya does not have a range of proportionate and dissuasive civil and administrative sanctions for dealing with natural or legal persons that fail to comply with anti-money laundering or combating the financing of terrorism requirements, or non-compliance with AML or the CFT obligations. AML being the anti-money laundering and CFT being the combating of terrorism financing. Honorable Speaker, if you don't have a range of proportionate and dissuasive civil and administrative sanctions against companies, because those are the items that are referred to as natural and legal persons. Legal persons being legal persons like companies. If you don't have adequate sanctions in our laws, then it means somebody can steal money, launder that money through companies that cannot be sanctioned. And therefore, this bill is seeking to have adequate sanctions both of natural persons and even legal entities like registered companies, whether they are limited or non-limited companies, Honorable Speaker. It was also noted, Honorable Speaker, that there are no provisions which makes money laundering and terrorism financing as extraditable offenses. And therefore, you can commit a crime on counter-terrorism financing or combating terrorism financing in Kenya. You could be accused of anti-money laundering crimes in Kenya, and you take off to another country, but because it is not classified, those crimes are not classified as extraditable offenses, then you find people who have stolen from this country. And there are case examples, Honorable Speaker. If you remember the owners of companies like Triton, when they cleaned off money from this country through the Triton energy scandal, those people are able to get out of this country and live happily thereafter in other countries. But now, having laundered money out of this country, and there are many other examples that you could cite, where people have stolen money, obtained money corruptly in this country, but because the crimes of money laundering and combating terrorism financing are not classified as extraditable offenses, then you are not able to extradite those people back to this country to be charged. Yet we have seen in other jurisdictions, like the case example of the former MD of KPLC and former energy minister, being sought in the British Islands to be charged on crimes that relate to obtaining money through corruption. But we could not do the same for us. Now, with this new bill, we'll be able to classify crimes around money laundering and combating of terrorism financing as extraditable offenses and be able to extradite people who commit such crimes in this country. Honorable Speaker, there was also a legal gap in the country, in Kenya, in relation to terrorism financing, and this is impeding the country's efforts to fighting terrorism financing. This legal gap in relation to terrorism financing is also impacting the terrorism financing preventative measures. And as I said, Honorable Speaker, with the threats around Al-Shabaab in northern Kenya and other parts of the country, like in Lamu and other parts where, even in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, we have been victims of terrorism. And if you are not able to have adequate legal safeguards to ensure that those who finance terrorism can be apprehended and charged. We have seen people being charged and easily walk out of court having been accused of financing terrorism and having maimed and killed Kenyans. I think with the passage of this bill, Honorable Speaker, again, this will be a thing of the past. We will now be able to track money, whether it is money from piracy, whether it is money that has come from organizations that are financing terrorism. You'll be able to track all that money and be able to arrest and charge before courts of law people who are in any way involved in the financing of terrorism in this country or even elsewhere, therefore making our country not a safe haven, but a very unsafe place for terrorists and those who finance the terrorists. Honorable Speaker, it was also noted during this peer review that the country does not have mechanisms for simplified mutual legal assistance or simplified extradition, and those are the issues Honorable Murugara was speaking to, including the issues that he spoke to that were challenged in court by the Law Society of Kenya and other bodies, which, as the chair has ably stated, following an out-of-court settlement between the Law Society of Kenya, the Office of the Attorney General, that has now been settled, and this is why we have this law now here. Honorable Speaker, the other gap was around virtual assets and virtual asset service providers that are not limited, and the country has not put in place regulatory frameworks around the virtual asset service providers. And therefore, if all these virtual asset service providers, Honorable Speaker, are not covered under our laws, and we have a live case today, which I'm happy the member who has just talked in, Honorable Irene Mayaka, is among the members who have been nominated by the ICT committee, together with the chair, ICT, to deal with these virtual asset providers. I hear someone saying there is no ICT, whether you call it ICT or CIIT or CII. There is a committee that the chair is the Honorable KJ. And I was saying, without the virtual asset service providers having a clear framework on how they will be dealt with. These are the cases of Worldcoin, and that's why I'm saying we have a live case today where these virtual asset providers are not prohibited, and the country has not put in place a regulatory framework that will deal with all these VASPs. Thank you, whoever served me with the water.
I can give you an opportunity to appreciate her. I watched her kindness.
That must be Honorable Jamatia, the member for Baringo. And you know, ladies from Baringo are usually very good people. And you can see she noticed that I was struggling, my throat was getting dry. And thank you, Honorable Jamatia, the very able county MP for Baringo County, and a future governor, future first female governor of Baringo County. That tells Irene Mayaka, next time maybe if you offer the water. But I was saying, as Irene Mayaka was walking in, we need now to have a framework to deal with those virtual asset service providers. That is why you saw it being very easy for people like Worldcoin and other cryptocurrency service providers having a safe haven in Kenya. And because many of them know that the laws that are there on anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing are not strong enough. But now with the enactment of this bill, and when it becomes an act of parliament, we will have a clear framework, regulatory framework that will ensure that nobody ever takes advantage of Kenyans even for these virtual assets. And nobody can use these virtual assets because it's also probable that people can use the virtual assets to finance terrorism or even to launder money. So we make it very difficult with this law now for anybody from anywhere around the world to use virtual assets to launder money or to finance terrorism or to actually clean money that has come from criminal activities. During this peer review, Honorable Speaker, it was also noted that the Prevention of Terrorism Act does not have provisions for sanctioning legal persons, and that's why I said with the amendments in this bill, because this is almost like an omnibus bill, because it's amending both the Terrorism and AML Acts of Parliament, we will now have a provision that can actually sanction legal persons, including companies, trust funds, foundations. We have seen, Honorable Speaker, in the past, people obtaining money through corruption, others through criminal activities. And all they do is register trust funds, put the money in a trust fund, or register a foundation. And you have seen even politicians, Honorable Speaker, who run foundations. They are saying they are here. And I am not talking about anyone who is here, so don't feel afraid if you are here. I am speaking about politicians who have registered foundations in their names. And these foundations are ordinarily avenues for money laundering. People loot from public coffers and hide money in trust funds, in foundations, some with very appealing names and very appealing characters of the good work they are doing in service to the people, educating children, dealing with widows and widowers and orphans. But you will find someone who is running a foundation, I don't want to name names, but they are known. And Kenyans know the politicians who have foundations in their names, claiming to be educating vulnerable children or even assisting certain sectors of our health sector, but they are basically avenues for laundering corrupt money. We will make it a thing of the past and impossible for now politicians to use public office to obtain money from public coffers, register a foundation or a trust, then launder money that you stole from public coffers in the pretext that you're offering public goods or public services to vulnerable people. It will now be very difficult, Honorable Zamzam, because I saw Honorable Zamzam getting very attentive when I mentioned politicians, and she's among the politicians who are saying don't mention them. And I'm not mentioning any by name, Honorable Zamzam, so relax. And I know the time you have been here as member for Mombasa, you have distinguished yourself as a good leader.
The Honorable Zamzam has already put a point of order. What is out of order, Honorable Zamzam? Is it because
Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kumwelezea kiongozi wa wengi kuwa asiwe anafanya ile blanket blame, kwa sababu pengine kuna wengine, mimi sina Mheshimiwa, lakini kuna wengine pengine watakuchukulia vingine, pengine they are very straightforward. Kwa hiyo ukisema politician tutafunga ama nini, pengine wako upande huo kwenu tunawajua, lakini pengine wako sawa. So sema wale ambao pengine wanatumia pesa ya umma kuingiza kule, na pengine kama unawajua wataje. Do not blanket blame watu wote ukaweka katika kikapu kimoja. Wajua unaheshimika sana, kiongozi wa wengi, na maneno ambayo yanatoka kwenye mdomo wako yanachukuliwa na uzito sana. Isije ukatoka pale mlangoni ukapigwa ngwala. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Well, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sikujua hiyo kupigwa ngwala ni nini. But Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Zamzam may not know, I am also very cautious what I say, so I will not name names. But we know political leaders who have foundations, who have trust funds, many, and you can Google those who have foundations in their names. And some have even been accused and charged in court. And it's in the public domain that there are politicians who have held public offices and have looted from public coffers, laundered the money through foundations and trust funds, yet they claim to be offering scholarships to students. And you find a politician who is giving 3 scholarships to students in a year, and claims that that is the work of that foundation, yet they use that foundation to launder money from, that was stolen from public coffers. I therefore will not be naming any names, as much as I know you know them and they are known, and I need not name any names. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that was noted during this peer review that is being addressed in this bill is that supervisory authorities are not implementing risk-based supervision across the board. And this bill now seeks to ensure that all supervisory authorities implement risk-based supervision. And risk-based supervision, Honorable Speaker, is, for instance, our lawyers, members of the legal profession, who are dealing with clients from all walks of life. And they will be able to analyze your whole clientele of lawyers, or sorry, of clients as a lawyer, and be able to know this is a person who is in public office, this is how much they earn, this is how much money is entrusted to them in that public office. And therefore, if they are coming to conduct transactions or dealings in your law firm that could trigger you to report to your supervisory authority like the Law Society of Kenya or other supervisory authorities, then they will have a framework that they can be able now to report to their supervisory authorities, and therefore based on the risk levels of whoever you're supervising. And this is more so, especially with our professional bodies, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the Law Society of Kenya, the Association of Bankers, the Association of Insurers in this country, because they all have information that they can be able to help in countering terrorism and anti-money laundering. Honorable Speaker, therefore the bill seeks to provide the following. It will provide supervision and enforcement, cross-border declaration of monetary instruments, reporting suspicious transactions, reporting of cash transactions, raise the cash transaction reporting threshold from USD 10,000 to USD $15,000. It will also enhance the transparency on beneficial ownership, because again, you know, Honorable Speaker, a lot of people have hidden behind companies where we are never able to lift the veil and know who are the beneficial owners of certain companies registered in this country and even outside the country. Therefore, the bill will seek to enhance transparency around the issue of beneficial ownership. We also help in combating terrorism financing, combating, as I said, the proliferation of financing for weapons of mass destruction and small arms, and targeted financial sanctions. And of course, as the Honorable Chair of JIRAC mentioned, the issue of mutual legal assistance, making the issue of mutual legal assistance quite easy between countries, because money laundering, Honorable Speaker, and combating terrorism is a global matter and a global affair, and therefore we need very clear provisions on how we can offer each other's countries around the world mutual legal assistance, so that if you commit a crime, whether it's around terrorism financing, whether it is around the financing of around weapons, or whether it is a money laundering act, you will know there is no safe haven anywhere in the world, not in Dubai, not in South Africa, not in the UK, not even in the Cayman Islands, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because, you know, the Cayman Islands and the British Virgin, or the British Virgin Islands, Honorable Speaker, have for a long time been used, especially by the political class in this country, as safe havens for money looted from Kenyans. The latest being the telecom haste in the last regime. And I must remind the Chair CII and Chair Finance, who are also working on the report on telecom. We need that reported board in this house so that we get to know how did people loot a whopping over 6 billion shillings in the last 2 days of the last regime, and scatter away all that money to Malaysia, Mauritius, and part of it end up in the Cayman Islands. Honorable Speaker, it is these stolen national assets, public resources that are stolen by people who hold offices in Kenya and elsewhere, Honorable Speaker, that this bill now will seek to ensure that should you steal, even the Cayman Islands is not safe, will no longer be safe for you. Whether you think you will take your money and cleanse it through what we had, what was called the Pandora Papers,
And you've heard politicians telling us that in 2 weeks, they will offer us information on the Pandora Papers and how they got to get billions, tens of billions, scattered out of this country to the Cayman Islands and other British Virgin Islands and other safe tax havens in the world. But 3 years after, we have never had that statement from the same politicians to tell us how they got tens of billions invested out there, yet at times we're in positions of leadership where they are asking other people to bring foreign direct investments into this country. And what a contradiction, Honorable Speaker, that as leaders you're asking people to bring foreign direct investments into your country, and at the same time you're extraditing money and you're telling us it is clean money to the Cayman Islands and other tax havens, including those in our neighborhood. I don't want to name names, Honorable Speaker, but we know them, where people have taken money that is suspected to have been stolen. And Honorable Speaker, because we are enacting these laws to make sure that no corner of the world becomes a safe haven for stolen money, for people who are financing terrorism, or people who are financing the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction or small arms that end up killing our people. Honorable Speaker, I want to beg that we all support this bill and ensure that indeed Kenya not only complies with the task force requirements, but is also a safe haven for people who have legitimate and hard-earned money, and our taxes are safe from those who have very sticky fingers to take our money and take it to what they consider to be safe havens using money laundering. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023 be now read a second time. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, member for Funyula.
I don't have. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, it clearly seeks to amend various acts of Parliament relating to anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, and countering the financing of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, etc. Honorable Speaker, a basic count indicates that about 16 to 17 acts of Parliament that are being amended to align to what the mover has indicated as a result to addressing the issues raised by the peer review. Honorable Speaker, as is always a practice, 17 or 16 acts of Parliament being amended at one go in one bill becomes a mouthful, and we have always complained here, it becomes difficult to give thorough review or analysis of the bill that's as it is. But nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, it has already been presented, therefore we must deal with it. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, let's agree, terrorism and financing of terrorism is an essential threat to national security and the well-being of this country. And that's why in the wisdom of the framers, we came up with our anti-money laundering, because terrorism and any acts of violence or threat to security of national security essentially depends on financing of those activities. If we are able to cut out financing, the threat posed by terrorism and other crimes will be substantially reduced and will save this country a lot of resources required to protect this country. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately in this country, and as I've always continuously said, we have very many laws, very well thought out laws. We have regulations, we have mechanisms, but we pride in hate speech, we pride in warmongering, we pride in talking PR, but we don't go to the extent of implementing the laws that we have. Honorable Speaker, if you listen to the report, one of the key issues they're raising is that we have the laws, they might have gaps, but we have not implemented or enforced the existing laws. We just hope that whoever is in charge, as they are put in various laws, will go out of their way to deal with this matter. Honorable Speaker, another threat that is emerging, and which I had hoped the amendments will capture, is the issue of illicit financial flows. Illicit financial flows. We seem to have concentrated on basic procedural issues, but we have not given any serious talk or any serious attention to illicit financial flows and tax expenditures, which we need to address. I hope when we go to the Committee of the Whole House, the respective committees, both JLAC and Finance, will seek further technical support to ensure that we address on these issues. Honorable Speaker, speaking to the bill at hand, it has got very many issues. Of course, the greatest concern, and all of us know, is this what they're talking about, voluntary extradition. Honorable Speaker, when it's voluntary, when it's coerced, when it is forced, when it's obtained under duress, it becomes extremely difficult. We have had so many cases, Honorable Speaker, where people have been abducted in this country and taken out of this country without trace, and they find themselves in hostile territories on the pretext that's voluntary. I had hoped that any form of voluntary consent to extradition should be obtained before either a magistrate or a judge of the High Court, so that it's truly voluntary. Honorable Speaker, we also appreciate the expanding the scope of the Financial Reporting Center so that we are able to track illicit financial flows and cases of laundering money obtained from corruption cases. Honorable Speaker, I would have also hoped that when they are talking about this financial reporting, they must also tell us, many times when we are vetting the cabinet secretaries, we are vetting PSs, they deliberately exaggerated their word, so that by the end of their 5-year term, they'll say my word was this, and that word has been obtained through illegal or corruption means. I'd hoped now we'd go up to this point, that when a public officer comes for vetting, he should be asked, what do you have now? And what you have now, has it been valued and verified by a competent authority, so that the figures you are giving us are not manufactured figures in anticipation that we are going to loot public resources. Honorable Speaker, how do you explain a cabinet secretary who earns 1 million and goes to take a mortgage of 120 million to finance purchase of a house? That's now the kind of things we should be addressing now. Shouldn't just be looking at foreign money getting out of the country, but money just being acquired through illegal means. Honorable Speaker, the entire bill seems to focus so much on vetting of shareholders, substantial significant shareholders, beneficial owners, and the rest of the things. Honorable Speaker, there is the fear, obviously, that's going to be misused. If you have a beef with anybody, they'll say that they don't trust your source of income, or source of capital, so that they will not allow you give you a license for purposes of finding a company or something like that. I would have hoped in the committee stage, where the two committees are making amendments, there must be mechanisms to ensure that it's the right of recourse. If you say you are not giving me a license, or you are not giving me permission to proceed, we must be able to deal with that. Honorable Speaker, I find it curious that the Insurance Act has been included in this particular bill, because what is proposed to be amended in the Finance Act, the Insurance Act, other than the issue of vetting of the shareholders and beneficial owners, it all deals with the issue of changing from registration to licensing. I'd have thought that would have been dealt with in the proper manner in dealing with the Insurance Act on its own. Honorable Speaker, now the issue that has also brought, it looks curious, is what they're calling, under the an amendment being brought, the National Police Service Act, control delivery, whereby there is a consignment that is illegal can be allowed to go through the country under the supervision and watch of the police officers. Honorable Speaker, we live in a country where the police service is corrupt to the core, where the police service is populated by people who have got low levels of integrity and accountability. Are we not creating a disaster, a case where even arms, narcotics, all substances that are harmful to the economy or to the country could be diverted? Honorable Speaker, we are even dealing with a case where KRA seals were fixed to a go down, but the following day, KRA seals were intact, but the sugar was gone. So we are really creating a disaster in the making. And more so, Honorable Speaker, with the discordant command structure that we have seen the police service, the National Police Service talking of this, the police command, the IG talking about different things, we are truly, Honorable Speaker, creating a crisis, which I would urge the committee and the mover of the bill to literally delete that particular clause as we wait to see how things go. Honorable Speaker, it also provides that all companies, even with shareholding of less than 5 million, must have as a mandatory a company secretary or a contact person who will be providing information. Honorable Speaker, we are imposing undue cost on doing business to small-time businesses. Honorable Speaker, companies have occasionally submitted or filed their returns using probably a company secretary who does not necessarily become an employee of the company. Probably so again, as we proceed, we must also look at it, the way how to fix it. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, we have had so many stories here. The government or the executive has got all the arms, has got all the mechanisms in this country to go after people who have looted this economy. We are tired as people of Kenyans, Kenyan people, every day being told, people looted, people looted. 1 year down the line, how long does it take to investigate and arraign people who have looted? Or is it a smoke screen so that they could also do the same?
The time is over. The Honorable Musa Sirma, member for Eldama Ravine. His name appears on the screen. The Honorable Didoraso, member for Saku.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this omnibus bill, but I have quite a bit of reservation about this particular bill. Madam Speaker, Kenya is not a rich country. Kenya is, we cannot say we are poor, but we are somewhere in the levels of the world economy. The idea of this bill, the intention is good. The title of this bill is the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating Terrorism Financing. What we don't want this bill to do is to create rafts of bureaucracies so that people don't invest in Kenya. Already the talk out there, people would rather put their money in Tanzania, in Uganda, in Rwanda, for very obvious reason, that there is a lot that we as a country are borrowing from other countries in the West, the very wealthy countries, so that they stem the flow of funds into this country. Madam Speaker, this bill establishes baseline for prudence and financial discipline in the Kenyan financial sector. and also to that extent in the economy. But our worry is how much is the Central Bank of Kenya, that actually the policeman of ensuring there's financial prudence and discipline, how much are they doing in terms of achieving that? The issue of Bitcoins is one of such interesting things that have happened in very recent days, that individuals can walk into Kenya, set up shop somewhere, and try to swill so much money through the Kenyan economy. This is one of the things that this bill would provide a safeguard. Madam Speaker, the issue of terrorism cannot fly if, as far as this economy is concerned, people run what you call the sort of proper and the sort of regulated financing into this economy. But there are cases where money is laundered by opening front shops that are just front shops, but a lot of money is plowed through companies or individuals. I see within this bill a foreign limited liability partnership, that a foreign entity wishing to set up business in Kenya will use our local representatives. I think we must go beyond that to make sure that those individuals are not just individuals by name, but established individuals who have addresses, companies, those who are actually carrying out day-to-day transaction as entities who are involved within the economy, but not individuals who can be used to do nefarious activities. Honorable Speaker, what I also like about this bill is it has attempted to identify what is proliferation. Initially, I think in the previous bill, they did not identify for the users of this particular bill or whatever laws that will come out of this about the committees and proliferation. I think the proliferation is what will give the police and those who are watchdogs on our economies and the financial sector to actually find that stockpiling a particular material, stockpiling particular nature of goods may involve a criminal activity. Madam Speaker, there's also that new definition of funds. And this is where KJ and his committee comes in, tangible and intangible. We have always looked at people who have buildings, cars, people who can throw around cash, but there's a lot of money that is being transacted virtually. In fact, in billions, much more than what we spend in shops and supermarkets and wherever, in terms of even using smart cards. Madam Speaker, I would have really wished that this bill, as an omnibus, should have contained itself within the frames of anti-money laundering and countering terrorism, as opposed to bringing in something like insurance on board. Finally, for this bill to have an effect, for it to be respected and enacted into the laws of this land, this bill must canvass maximum participation from the stakeholders so that it doesn't happen that it will stem the growth of our economy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Saku. The Honorable Beatrice Elachi, Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the bill, but also to just put in my reservations in some of the proposals, and appreciating that, Madam Speaker, we must always remember that we need goodwill, political goodwill, for you to have an ability to respond to these existing threats. And looking at our country, Kenya, Madam Speaker, you find that many of the times, for the many years that we've had, this country has been a heaven for many people who come from conflict countries, and they'll find a way and enter into even our real estate, in our oil companies, and you question how is it within a political crisis a country is able to have their citizens being given an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to invest in Kenya, which is very wrong, Madam Speaker, because at that time you find most of their citizens in camps, they are struggling, but you find a few of them have decided they are the owners of real estate even in this country, Madam Speaker. So as we bring in this bill, I am hoping we are not just looking at those who have trust or anything. We are starting with those who decided to make Kenya a country where they've taken money, dirty money from their country, and decided to invest in this country. Madam Speaker, we also need to look at, and I want to thank the chair and to tell the chair, Chair, you walk into some of these wholesales that we have, and you ask to pay a bill, and you find the owner says you can't pay with Lipa and M-Pesa, you can only pay by withdrawal. It means that person does not want to really account to this country and does not want to show his or her sales the way. And so you run away from KRA, you run away from everything, and you just keep. And because Kenyans want to buy, they just buy. But it is wrong, Madam Speaker. And there are many of them in all over, especially in my constituency. There are so many. What about if I think they are also doing money laundering? We have to think of it as you look at it, as you open up for public participation. Also quietly walk in. Just see how some of these things function, and you realize we have put our country into a lot of risk. Madam Speaker, the other thing we need to be asking ourselves, even as I speak of the real estates, where people have just put in a lot of money. But then the other thing now, when I'm looking at the bill, Madam Speaker, I want to ask the chair to look at, to rethink, I don't know. When you establish a committee to be known as the Counter-Financing of Terrorism Inter-Ministerial Committee, Madam Speaker, why we have not conquered this thing is the moment you put up a whole ministerial committee, and this is a very serious thing. And so you find you have the cabinet responsible of internal, which is okay. Definitely they will send a representative. Then you have a cabinet secretary responsible of matters of finance. They will send a representative. My biggest worry is today you have so-and-so in this committee. The next sitting, the person who was in that committee will not be available, and so you'll have another person coming in to sit in And you find this is this thing that covers now these departments is what is going to it is the one that is going to kill the spirit of this bill, because that institutional memory, as my brother says, colleague, that you cannot have, and we either think of an authority, think of something better, but not this team that is going to handle this committee. They will be used, and you can imagine now having this committee, and your enforcement team is also there with a very long list, and so they will blame each other. We will end up in blame game. Instead of now us dealing with real matters of laundry, we will have blame game, others will be compromised, Madam Speaker. We will still end up with the same challenges we are facing, Madam Speaker. So for me, I want to plead with the committee. Look at your agencies that is you have put in place to enforce, but also look at your committee. You might do very good work with the bill. You might bring us a bill thinking we are dealing with money laundering. We will end up having the same challenges we've been having, where we are compromised. And we know as ourselves, it is something that is hurting this country, that until we come out of that culture of being compromised, we shall be compromised, and this will be the worst for us. But I just want to tell, now that the majority leader is back, that this issue of foundations, some of us have run foundations for many years, Madam Speaker. This matter of saying that we can loot money and put in, that we take two, I think my majority leader must visit my children's home in Ngong and look at how a children's home is run and sustained without having government money. And 58 have gone to campus, and many others. And it's a school. It's a home and a school. So for me, naming members of parliament who have foundations, I think that one, it will be very unfair. It's good to go and see the work they are doing, and I know there are many. We have those who have education funds. So do you want to tell us, within the education funds, some people have put in illicit financing, or what? So it will be very important, even as we look at the bill, let us look at some of the clauses that are very critical, that can affect some of the sectors and work around. But I know, Madam Speaker, this is one bill that we need for the country. We need to look at not just that. We have many other things that people do, Madam Speaker, especially in the oil sector, in the gas sector. That is where money laundering is done very seriously. So let us not just run away. We can name, but let us also be very cautious as we do it. For me, I wish, and I'm hoping the chair is listening, that the committee will let this house down. We need to rethink and reorganize it in a better way so that it can work. With those many and few remarks, Madam Speaker, I want to really support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Beatrice. The Honorable John Waweru, member for Dagoretti North.
Madam Speaker,
member for Dagoretti South.
Madam Speaker, the confusion can be excused because my neighbor has just ceded the floor, and it is becoming a Dagoretti affair, and we actually see ourselves as one larger Dagoretti. So I do not get offended when I'm called a member of Dagoretti North, neither does she get offended when she is referred to as member of Dagoretti South. Madam Speaker, this is real business that we are transacting this afternoon in this house. Madam Speaker, presented here very ably and very eloquently by the Chairman Jailak, is a raft of amendments that will see a drastic shift in how we attend to matters that have to do with fraud. And Madam Speaker, at times we refer to fraud and give it some fancy names. We call it very big English names. But thuggery is thuggery, Madam Speaker. Theft is theft, and crime is crime. Here we are attending to matters that seek to mitigate on issues that lead to criminal activities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I go into the heart of this motion, I'd like to say that I support. And secondly, I would want to preliminarily say that I had the honor of recently visiting a country in the name of South Korea. Madam Speaker, the city I visited is not the biggest, or the second biggest, or third biggest. It is actually the 10th biggest city in South Korea. But when you look at the infrastructure, when you look at the governance, when you look at the development, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that there is no city in East or Central Africa that is at the level of the 10th largest city in South Korea. A country that we are told we were at par with in the 60s. And I acknowledge the change of guard, and I would wish to take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Speaker so that I do not confuse myself and call him Madam Speaker. That would be sacrilegious. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that the city I visited was actually not the biggest city, neither was it the third or fourth biggest city. It was the 10th biggest city. However, the development, the governance, the infrastructure in that 10th largest city is not comparable to any city in East and Central Africa. Where did we go wrong, Mr. Speaker? If in the 60s we were at par with South Korea, Mr. Speaker, at the end of my trip, I said to myself that the biggest difference between Kenya and South Korea today is not the brick and mortar issues, is not the laws that they make. It is actually the soft issues that we never attend to, Mr. Speaker. The soft issues of discipline, the soft issues of honesty, the soft issues of integrity, and the soft issues of meritocracy. Mr. Speaker, the patriotism in such countries is admirable. So even as we are attending to the hard laws, we've got to also ask ourselves, what are we doing to attend to the soft issues in this country? What are we doing to encourage patriotism? What are we doing to encourage honesty? What are we doing to encourage meritocracy, Mr. Speaker? Even as we are making such big laws, if we do not attend to the soft issues, we will never be at par to the countries that we were talking about that were at par with us in the 60s and now are being considered as first world countries. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because I see us taking a step towards remedying some of the mischief that we are attending to as a house presently. Mr. Speaker, there is a matter that yourself and myself shall have to interrogate, the matter of the Worldcoin. It is alive, it is present, and it is pressing. Kenyans lining up in their thousands to have their eyes scanned with an orb that no one, no committee in this house can tell you what is carried in that orb. No one knows what the medical implications would be after that scan. Mr. Speaker, we do not know what the connection is between the scan of the iris and the cryptocurrency inducement that is being given to Kenyans. We do not even understand how a foreign company that is registered maybe somewhere in the US, we are seeing registration somewhere in Germany, and then it is also got representation from the United States of America, how such a company ended up being able to defy orders to seize the operations, orders granted by the office that is given the powers to seize such activities, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, totally disregarded. They went ahead and booked an office somewhere in the KICC and started out operations. These are the matters that we seek to attend to by changing the raft of laws that have been listed here by the chairman. Mr. Speaker, the committee that I chair, the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, has a live matter in front of it. A matter that has to do with monies that were transacted in the dying minutes of the last term. Even as we were going into elections, there was monies changing hands to the tune of 6 point something billion Kenya shillings. Monies that made its way out of the country into safe havens, monies that eventually also found their way back to local accounts in this country. But monies, thankfully, Mr. Speaker, that have actually been frozen in some international accounts, where Kenya has failed to attend to such issues. The other jurisdictions that are attending to them with the seriousness that they deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the raft of changes that we seek to do here, the only thing I would want to urge my colleagues is that the contribution sound really good in our second reading. I hope that we shall see these recommendations that are being made showing up in the third reading, so that when we see a matter that might not be complete, the bill that I contribute during the second reading, I bring it up in the third reading as an amendment, so that we can build onto what the chair has presented, and so that we also fortify what has been presented. Mr. Speaker, I did take note of the mischief that this motion seeks to remedy in the area of virtual assets and virtual asset service providers, because here now we are going into the realm of technology, we are going into the realm of innovation, and my proposal is that when we attend to matters that have to do with innovation, stifling innovation, and also policing and superintending over matters that have to do with innovation. So, Mr. Speaker, I shall be having some few amendments that I shall be proposing for consideration in the third reading, so that we can fortify what has been proposed here, so that even as we seek to attend to the mischief that is occasioned by cases like the example I gave of Worldcoin, we also do not stifle technology while we are trying to police over these matters. Mr. Speaker, the final one would be something that I would pose to the House for us to think about. Mr. Speaker, we have seen countries that have presented themselves as leaders in the fight against corruption globally. But Mr. Speaker, I am very well informed today as a Kenyan that even as we celebrate other jurisdictions, they have their failings. Mr. Speaker, this continent has been a victim of exploitation for millennia. There are individuals who for centuries upon centuries have landed in this continent, stripped it of its resources, and extradited those resources to capitals abroad. And we celebrate them today as best practice in matters of anti-corruption. I would call upon ourselves to think of how we can leapfrog to be the best case studies globally, not to try and copy what has been done internationally, Mr. Speaker, because even some of those capitals that we celebrate today have been built on the back, sweat, tears, and bloods of the exploitation of this continent. This continent can offer its own solutions. We can leapfrog to the front, and we can be the best case example where people can be coming to seek counsel on how to attend to matters of integrity and ethics. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I do appreciate and I support.
Thank you, Honorable Kiari. The Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, MP from Bere North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on this amendment, which is touching on quite a number of pieces of law. or pieces of laws. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 1092 of this amendment bill, it touches on Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act in trying to change the definition of what economic crime is. And Mr. Speaker, we have to be in a position of then you are ranked or you claim you are one of the least corrupt nations in the world. That is, I don't know whether this is parliamentary, Mr. Speaker, but it's nonsensical and taking African nations for granted as if we are just fools. We are not fools, Mr. Speaker, and that has to find a way of getting to those international forums so that the nations which take this money within their banks, within their financial system, they can be ranked as the most corrupt nations in the world, Mr. Speaker. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I only want to point out that the object and the reasons of Anti-Corruption and Crimes Act, if the definitions of crime the definition of economic crimes is changed, then it will definitely affect the entire meaning of that. We will be required also to change the reasons and object of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crime Act, or number 3 of 2003. And since this amendment, this bill, has not touched on the object and reasons, then we need to look on page 1092, the section or the clause which is talking about the amendment of economic crime or definition of economic crimes. That's something which you need to take care of, Mr. Speaker, and bear in mind that bear in mind the act of the Proceeding of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2003 takes care of what this amendment on this bench want to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with those many remarks, I propose that this be taken care of in the next reading, third reading, and an amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker. And I wish I would do that when the third reading comes on this floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Geoffrey Ruku. The Honorable John Mutunga, the Member of Parliament for Tigania.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for...
Honorable Mutunga, just before you proceed, let me acknowledge the presence within the House of Parliament of pupils and their teachers from Iruma Primary School, from Mara constituency in Tharaka Nithi County. You are welcome to the House of Parliament for your studies and for your learning. And may you travel back safe when your tour, your study tour ends. On behalf of the Speaker of the National Assembly and on behalf of the House, feel welcome. Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Member of Parliament for Mara constituency, I also salute the Iruma Primary School students, pupils. I studied in Chogoria Boys, which is near, and I know where Iruma Primary School is, and I would like them to keep on working very hard and getting to know, seeking for knowledge, because knowledge is unbound. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the bill on anti-money laundering that has been put before the House, which is the National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, money laundering is a criminal offense. And a criminal offense normally has two solutions. One, you can either be imprisoned or you can be fined, or both. So we expect that this particular amendment comes in to improve on the penalties specified in the 2009 legislation on anti-money laundering, the Act on Anti-Money Laundering. Honorable Speaker, the assets of the culprits could also be frozen wherever they are. And I believe we have relationships with countries, especially those countries where Kenyans are fond of keeping money stolen from here. We also probably have a possibility for extradition of those resources to come back and develop this country. So I believe this has all been taken care of in developing this particular legislation. Honorable Speaker, money laundering is closely linked to terrorism activities, because terrorism funding or financing does not go through the normal banking system. It goes through shortcuts. Therefore, we need to enhance the provisions of this law to make sure that at least it doesn't leave any loophole for terrorism financing. The legislation also, Honorable Speaker, hopefully will reduce our country's vulnerability to money laundering, especially the fact that now Kenya is a money economy. Kenya is an economy which is basically a cash economy, not money, cash economy. What problems exist with money laundering, Honorable Speaker? If I look at the existing legislation, I pick out a few issues. One of them is the inability to comprehensively deal with the related issues, especially those happening in our neighboring countries. Kenya as a country cannot be lived as an island. Kenya relates with the other countries across, and therefore, what happens in those countries affect our country. Speaker, there is also delay in the implementation of the Act itself. It took quite some time for us to interpret it and put mechanisms to implement this particular Act. The other issue that also comes out in this particular respect is the difficulties in monitoring the movement of the people and especially the terrorists themselves. The other issue that comes out when I look through the Act that is being amended are the penalties. They have not been punitive enough. And the lack of proper linkages between the money laundering issue and terrorism. But Honorable Speaker, even as we speak about money laundering, we have experience with other countries which are cash economy countries. Another speaker I have in mind, a city I have visited several times, called Guangzhou in China. Another speaker in Guangzhou, you have to have cash to buy anything. They do not deal with cards, they don't do bank transfers, you have to have hard cash. And that makes me pose and ask a few questions, especially about this particular legislation. Does having to deal with cash frustrate legitimate businesses? Are we saying that about 100% of business, or 80-90% of businesses in Guangzhou are illegitimate because they deal cash? Honourable Speaker, does this dealing with cash in such a large town, such a large city, end up corrupting the financial systems of that particular country? Does it necessarily end up corrupting the financial systems of a country? Does Guangzhou dealing with cash necessarily corrupt the financial system of China? Because we are dealing with a law here which brings in restrictions, and these restrictions must be thought through very carefully. Honourable Speaker, does it also end up corrupting the socio-political system of the country? Because dealing with money is linked to corruption. Does it also diminish the government's possibility to collect revenue through taxation? Does it necessarily do that? Does it weaken the government control over the economy? Is our economy going to be messed up by a presence of cash? If our economy is going to be messed up by presence of cash in the economy, in the market, what effect does it have on those other countries which insist on using cash? Does it also lead to undermining the integrity of the financial systems within that particular country? And finally, Honourable Speaker, the other question I have, which I hope the legislation has answered, is whether it threatens the integrity and stability of the banking sector, and also the foreign exchange, operators, the forex bureaus. Does it threaten their integrity? Honourable Speaker, why does money laundering happen in this country? And that's a question we need to answer so that the Kenyans may understand why we should have come up with a very serious legislation on this. One of the reasons why money laundering is key or important to us is because we have a porous border with some of our neighbors. Some of the borders with our neighbors are porous. Anything can pass through anytime, unrestricted. Honourable Speaker, the other problem is that the borders of those neighbors with other countries are also porous. In fact, the idea is that their borders are a lot more porous than what lies between Kenya and their country. So anything can enter into those countries and it find itself in Kenya. Resources can enter those countries and those resources can find their way into Kenya. Terrorism activities can be managed in those countries. Money to finance terrorism activities in those countries can go in and basically permeate into this country. Honourable Speaker, the other issue is they are extensively unsecured. I mean, the porous borders are associated a lot more to terrorism activities, especially the financing aspect of it. In that respect, therefore, we need stronger legislations, we need tougher penalties, and we need monitoring of these, implementation of these legislations. So to provide for, this particular legislation comes in, therefore, to provide for the following based on what I've seen in the provisions. Effective prevention of money laundering. Effective, the use of the word effective here means that we shall have controls that are largely operating to a large extent to contain money laundering in this particular country. It will also enable the Central Bank of Kenya, who is the regulator here, to develop prudential guidelines to the banking sector and therefore regulate the banking sector in the sense that it will make sure the banks do their work without getting free money, or rather lose money. It is also aimed at strengthening the customer due diligence and enabling the CBK to come up with good procedures. Also, make the penalties stricter and also ensure prudential management of these particular penalties. Honourable Speaker,
how many more minutes do you need to conclude? You have it.
The reason why we are bringing in some of these issues is because Kenya needs to be protected. And who in Kenya do we need to focus on? We need to focus on real estate agents. In most cases, properties in this country are bought cash. Honourable Speaker, I have an experience, or rather I've witnessed a situation where properties have been bought cash to the tune of millions of shillings, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of shillings, cash. When you build a house, it does not necessarily say that you borrowed a loan. You took a loan from a certain institution. It does not necessarily give, another provide for where the money came from. So if we can invest money that is not known where it has come from, when we declare some of these resources as our resources, as our wealth, how does this legislation take care of that declaration? How do we go back and try to ascertain where this money came from? We need also to be able to deal with, to engage the precious metal dealers. Those who deal with gold, those who deal with diamond, those who deal with other precious metals. They deal with a lot of cash. They earn a lot of money. Also the legal professionals. We need also to go all the way to looking at the accounting systems and the accountants in this country. We need to, the law needs to scrutinize clearly how do they manage their processes. Honourable Speaker, money is transferred through legal agencies. If money is not very clearly earned, if there are no mechanisms of ascertaining that this money has been properly earned, legal agencies are engaged to craft agreements, and these agreements are used to transfer huge amounts of money. How does this law make sure that the legal agencies are also restricted in doing such business? Or else, if we have to secure Kenya, we need to secure Kenya properly. And this law comes in to basically ensure that money laundering does not occur. Honourable Speaker, I hope the law will provide for as much and even more. And that is.
Thank you, Honorable John Mutunga. Do we have Honorable Julius Meli, the MP for Tinderet? Not in the House. The Honorable Joseph Oyula, MP for Butula. Honorable Joseph Oyula is a finance mind, so he must speak. Honorable John Wire, you will follow thereafter. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to this bill. I want to start off by supporting the bill because, Mr. Speaker, the bill attempts to cover gaps related to money laundering and combating of terrorism financing. Mr. Speaker, we have had gaps in the laws that were presented to the committees, and as such, controls of money laundering in this country has been weak. I think with the passing of this bill, Mr. Speaker, we should be able to cover a lot in the areas of money laundering. Mr. Speaker, people have brought in illicit funds to this country. The bill does not attach to anything to do with the flow of illicit funds. These illicit funds can be tracked to various constructions that we have seen in this town. However, I believe that with these amendments coming in place, the authorities concerned should be able to follow up some of these illicit funds. Mr. Speaker, we may have very good laws as we are trying to amend these laws. However, the biggest problem we have is the investigative arm of the government. Some organization, some group that can investigate thoroughly and make sure that all the illicit funds, all the laundered money is brought to book and accounted for. Mr. Speaker, Kenya was behind other African countries as far as control of money laundering is concerned. A lot has been seen in Kenya, and that's why I'm saying that the investigative arm may be weak in control, even if we have the law. So it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we also look at the investigative arm and see how that arm can be strengthened to ensure that money laundering in this country or illicit cash flows are eradicated in totality from this country. It may take time, Mr. Speaker, but it's a disease that we think must be cleared. The problem, as I mentioned, is the investigative arm. Mr. Speaker, there has been ability to trace some of the monies has not been really possible because of the law. I think now, Mr. Speaker, the authorities concerned should be able to trace some of the monies between the countries, the member countries in Africa and beyond. Mr. Speaker, the extradition of the offenders, that's another area that has been weak. I think we should be able now, with this law coming in force, people concerned should be extradited to the places where they are required. And this amendment has brought in that, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, we will get the people concerned with this money laundering captured where necessary. You will recall the Triton case in Kenya, where lots of money was transferred outside the country, but it was not possible to extradite the responsible people to come and answer for the money that they took out of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill should be supported fully by this House, and the House should also look into the investigative arm so that where the bill is, the law is there, but we failed to get the money through failure to investigate properly. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yola. The Honorable John Bure, MP for Taveta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege of going through the amendment bill prepared by JLAC under the leadership of our senior colleague, Mr. Murungaru. I appreciate substantial part of the bill. I'm in agreement and I support. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to pick one item in this bill that I sincerely have a challenge with. Mr. Speaker, you will appreciate that since 2019, we have been having a serious debate as to whether we should lift the advocate-client confidentiality, that is the rule of privilege. It has been in court for quite some time. What has been proposed as an amendment in this bill is that now advocates do not have an obligation to report, but their supervisory bodies, which is the Law Society of Kenya, can direct an advocate to disclose certain information about a client. Whereas I appreciate that there is some significant change from the old provision.
Order, Honorable Bure, which clause are you speaking to?
When I'm speaking to clause number, the proposed amendments to section 36 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act. You know, if you can look at, I'm discussing about section 36, the new section 36B, 36A, 36A5, 36A5E, 36B, 36C. You will note from those provisions, these are amendments to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2009. Mr. Speaker, if you will see from these provisions, there is a recommendation that now reporting by advocates can be done as long as it is recommended by the supervisory board. And at 36B says, supervisory board may cooperate and coordinate with domestic and foreign counterparts for purposes of combating money laundering and terrorism and financing, and it goes ahead and say, including share of information and documents with a domestic or a foreign counterpart. And Mr. Speaker, why am I saying? For us to appreciate the rule of attorney-client privilege, we must agree that this is a common law rule. It is a very old rule. In fact, my little research shows me that it started in the year 1700. And the mischief cured by that rule is two, Mr. Speaker, two rights, two absolute rights. This is the presumption of innocence and the right against self-incrimination. Mr. Speaker, there are two categories of people under which are categorized that any information shared by them is literally a violation of right against self-incrimination. And one of that person, Your Honor, is an advocate of the attorney. And the second person is a spouse, Mr. Speaker. The reason why we have that rule of attorney-client privilege is to protect against that rule of self-incrimination, Mr. Speaker, and the right of and the presumption of innocence. Mr. Speaker, if we can now say that as long as a supervisory board recommends sharing of information, then an advocate has an obligation to share that information, then, Your Honor, we are going against that fundamental right of human beings against self-incrimination and on the presumption of innocence, which an advocate access this information by virtue...
Order, Honorable John Bure. I thought we were debating this up to 7, and I thought we would conclude it. I'm told the substantive speaker directed earlier on that we have an adjournment motion from 6. So the next thing, the next time this particular bill will be listed for proceeding, possibly by Tuesday, you will have 5 minutes. And I like the points you are beginning to bring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided.
In fact, I see the chair of the committee very anxious yeah, but there is a direction already which we cannot review. In fact, that is what the clerk came to tell me. That
we are not supposed to complete today.
I understand, Honorable Murugara, but I only assist the speaker, and I'm informed the speaker directed at exactly 6 we adjourn to discuss a matter of national importance. In terms of traditions and practices, only the substantive speaker can make variation to that particular rule. So, Honorable John Bwire, advocate, you will have 5 minutes the next time we speak. Honorable Murugara, I empathize. I was also anxious that we concluded today, but with that earlier ruling, it is impossible. In fact, the clerks are reminding me that the majority leader was to help you in replying, and that is what they have indicated to me. I'd thought sincerely that we could be done today, but that ruling of the Speaker, you know, is cast on stone. There is nothing I can do with it as a mere member of the Speaker's panel. It will take the Speaker to change it. So regrettably, we have to move to the adjournment motion. Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, proceed and move. In terms of the standing orders, Honorable Geoffrey Ruku will have 10 minutes, and then each member will have 5 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion on adjournment on a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the new financing model for higher education and technical institutions. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for the purpose of discussing a matter of urgent national importance regarding the new financing model for students joining universities, colleges, and technical institutions in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, under the new financing model, the level of funding to be extended to each student will be based on several factors to be determined by Higher Education Loans Board and the Universities Fund. Among the factors to be considered are parent background, gender, program type and cost, marginalization, disability, family size and composition, government priority areas, and affirmative action. The object and the spirit of the new tertiary education financing model is to promote inclusivity and equal opportunity to accessing higher education by addressing financial barriers that hinder many students from pursuing higher education and technical training. Honorable Speaker, there are serious concerns that the new financing model may put unrealistic burden on parents and guardians amidst the turbulent economic times, thereby disadvantaging some students who qualify to pursue higher learning. In addition, an analysis of various programs in different universities indicate that some public universities are charging higher tuition fees than some private institutions, thereby jeopardizing accessibility and affordability of higher education. It is also notable that the previous government subsidy for higher learning has been removed, and therefore students who miss out on government scholarships and loans will have to pay the entire amount. Further, students will be required to apply for tuition funding every year with no guarantee of securing the funds on each application, among other tougher terms. Honorable Speaker, where the new model could unlock a lot of potential in transforming funding for higher learning in our country, abundant caution must be exercised so that it does not jeopardize access to higher learning in this country. This is a matter of great concern given that the students who sat for Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, KCSE, in year 2022 are due to join universities and colleges in September 2023. Yet it is not clear whether the model will facilitate accessibility and affordability to higher learning or may end up commercializing the sector. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, tertiary institutions stands as a beacon of knowledge, molding the mind of our future leaders and advancing our society. Mr. Speaker, majority of the leaders who are here, the members of parliament, are in this house courtesy of education. It is true that were it not for education, Mr. Speaker, myself, I would not be a member of Better North constituency, represent the people of Better North. Thus, there is need for the country to ensure fair and accessible higher education opportunities to every qualified Kenyan student. Honorable Speaker, on May 3rd, 2023, the Kenya government rolled out the variable scholarship and loan funding model. In the new funding model, students from vulnerable and extremely needy background will receive 100% financing, while those from needy and less needy background will get 93% financing. Household income bands are classified according to the monthly household income, Mr. Speaker, as outlined below. Vulnerable, Kenyan sharing 0. Extremely needy, Kenya sharing 23,671 per month. Needy, Kenya sharing 23,672 to Kenya sharing 70,000. And less needy, Kenya sharing 70,001 shilling to 200,000 Kenyan shilling. Honorable Speaker, as we strive to provide for equitable and quality higher education for all Kenyans, it is our duty to scrutinize the flaws inherent in the means testing approach and explore more effective avenues for financing our institutions of higher learning. Honorable Speaker, while designed with good intentions, the mean testing instrument presents a number of challenges that must be addressed by this House or by the Ministry of Education. The following are the challenges that are associated with the new financing model, Mr. Speaker. One, whereas the tuition fees have not been increased as per the degree program, the previous automatic government subsidy has been removed, and the student who needs the government scholarship and loans will have to shoulder the entire burden. Number two, Mr. Speaker, more students qualified in medicine, in engineering, in pharmacy, in other technical courses like actuarial sciences, and many other technical issues will choose to do less expensive courses simply because their family cannot afford their dream career path. These might end up killing careers in medicine, in engineering, and other highly technical studies at the expense of art-based programs. Number three, Mr. Speaker, the funding model also put needed students at risk, since qualification for tuition funding has to be done each year with no guarantee of securing the funds in each application. Mean testing requires extensive effort to collect and verify financial data from the applicants. The complexity may lead to may lead to delays in funding, disbursement, and administrative inefficiencies. Resources that could be directed towards enhancing education programs and services may instead be spent in the bureaucratic process, Mr. Speaker. Number 5, the application system requires one to have identification card and could disadvantage many students who will not have gotten this document as they complete secondary school at an average of 16 or 17 years, Mr. Speaker. Internet connectivity in the rural areas has been a challenge, making the technology not very available in to many students in the rural areas and remote part of our country, Mr. Speaker. And I am sure many constituencies in the Republic of Kenya, Mbeere North included, there are quite a number of villages in Mbeere North and many other constituencies where internet availability is a problem. Also, Mr. Speaker, the very vulnerable students and their parents, they don't have computers. There are no cyber cafes. There is no these phones which can be able to access internet. They use Kambambe. How to make application through the platform provided for by the Ministry of Education is a problem in the very many remote areas of our country. Honorable Speaker, cognizance of these challenges, it is apparent that this model will fuel corruption as parents and students strive to navigate the means testing procedure. Further, with the risk of unnecessary delays in accessing education, it will perpetuate violation of the constitutional provisions on the bills of rights, specifically Article 43(1)(f) of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, while the new model incorporates a diverse breadth of grants, loans, and household contribution that closely align with the specific needs and circumstances of individual students, there is an urgent need to ensure that it is properly implemented with the proper measures put in place by the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker. This is in full realization that KCSE 2022 candidates are set to join colleges and universities in early September 2023. And their rights should not be violated, Mr. Speaker, in any way. It is against this background, Mr. Speaker, and pursuant to standing orders number 33-2, that I seek leave for adjournment of this House in order to discuss this development matter of urgent national importance regarding Kenya New University and TFET funding model. I urge the House to pass this development resolution calling out the Minister of Education to arrest a potential problem before it unfolds and hurt this country and kill the whole generation. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to request the Minister of Education to avail himself to this House and explain clearly how the students in very remote areas where the parents are not able to access internet, where the parents don't have smartphones, the students which have not attained the age of 18, how they are going to be covered in, through this model. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move this motion, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, for this timely motion. The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, MP for Seme, you want to speak to this?
Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. This is extremely important, Mr. Speaker. The funding system may be good, may be implementable, But basically, the implementation plan for now is poor and bad. There is lack of information for the students. The admission letter tells you the total amount you need. But that is scaring the parents, because the parents do not know that that is what is required for the students, but there are bursaries, loans, and help that they will get. So that is really the problem. The letter indicates and gives a website where you can apply, but it does not give enough information. When you get into that website, then you are going to use means testing. And means testing asks for a lot of information. Using that information, students are going to be classified vulnerable, very needy, needy, and not needy. Theoretically, at that point, actually most students may not even, many students may not pay, or if they pay, it will be very little, which is good, very good. But will that be done in the time that is available? Access is through the internet, and they need a registered phone in their names. And if they're looking for a loan, they will need ID cards. And a number of students do not have ID cards, either because they are underage or they have applied but they have not received the ID cards. Mr. Speaker, the timeline for admission into universities is another problem. In some universities, they are expected to actually report on the 24th of this month. By the weekend, many students in my constituency had not even applied, had difficulty in applying. So we may have, in fact, theoretically as put, it's actually a good system, and you may actually, the students may actually end up paying less than they were paying before. But will they access that money in this time? Mr. Speaker, there is no clear infrastructure that has been set up to help the students. The centers are very far for some students. There is need for some Ministry of Education staff to support the students on how to do this. There are problems of internet. There are problems of computers. There are problems of phones. So, Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is this. I'm taking it in good faith that the system as designed, the money as indicated, is available and will work. But how we are doing it right now is the problem. So my first suggestion is one, extend the period of admission to the universities. Set up centers at least at constituency levels or closer, with computers and internet provision for students to apply, through which the students apply. And also with staff to assist the students. In fact, this is something you may do exactly in the same structure as you do elections. Then it will work. If we do not do that, many students, Mr. Speaker, will miss out without applying. Because the time is too short, there is no infrastructure. Once that is done, then we'll have the opportunity to see whether the design as it is works. There is the issue of whether will they get the money every year. But for me, let's start with this year, let's support them to apply, let's support them to get, and then we follow up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable James Nikal, the Honorable Julius Meli, the Chair of the Education Committee in the National Assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion by Honorable Ruku. Honorable Speaker, I being the Chair of Education and being an educationist, I first of all want to put the following issues very clearly. That education funding in this country has undergone several changes since independence. Between 1963 and 1975, there was almost free government scholarships for students going to university education. Between 1975 and around 1990, government scholarships and even out-of-pocket money was actually paid fully by the government. In 1991, when we just entered the university, there was the introduction of what we call the pay as you study, where government asked the students to pay part for the fees and part through loans. The loan system actually was introduced a bit earlier. Honorable Speaker, the changes in models, the funding model that we have today, what we call earlier before the current one, the new model, is what we call the differentiated unit cost, where universities and students were funded based on the courses and the infrastructural development of the university, and also on the level of development, overall level of the development, and even the course the student is taking. Earlier on, the funding was just uniform. However, with the new model, it is introduced, first of all, Honorable Speaker, to actually address about 3 or 4 main issues. That one, the government was actually funding the universities on a wholesale scale, where they were giving a lump sum amount of money divided by the total number of students, and you realize that if a university has 50,000 students and the government has just given a figure, maybe for example 10 billion shillings, you realize that the universities were not getting enough money. That is why most of these universities are in debt. And for the government to really address that issue, the government said we must pay each child the amount he requires for the course. That is why this new formula has come into play. 2, it is also to stop, and I want to ask honorable members, that even schools, secondary schools, do not actually line up with the Ministry of Education for a grant. They will always have some fees, and they are put directly to their account, and they will be responsible for the hiring of staff, payment of workers, and even for the purchase of the items they have. The new funding model has several challenges, and I think I want to thank Honorable Ruku and the members who have spoken before me, that for one of the greatest challenge for this model is actually publicity. That the government and the minister needs to come out very clearly and tell the people how the model works. They need to disseminate the information down to the village, to the churches, to the schools, so that even as we prepare the next cohort of 2023-24 candidates, the schools and everyone else and the institutions these students are actually the adequate information that is required in this new funding model. Honorable Speaker, the new funding model is quite ingenious and it is good. One of the things that this model is trying to address, and I think the House is quite aware of this, is the issue of universities have huge debts, and they were actually underfunded for quite some time. If you look at this, and I think that the parents have actually, I have some information here, Honorable Speaker, I want to bring before the House. There is the issue of the cost of a program. The program, for example, I want to give an example of a program here, which is, let me give an example of a program of a Bachelor of Science Education of a university. The total cost for tuition fees is 244,800. I'm giving an example of a less needy case, which is actually, as Honorable Buruku has just put it, we have 4 categories of students. We have the very vulnerable, that one who has almost zero and no ability, orphans and the rest.
Add him 2 minutes. This is the chair education. In fact, we. How many more minutes do you need to?
You give me 5. I'll. Yes.
I'll give you 4.
Yes.
Try, because it is important
Thank
that
you.
the nation knows.
Thank you, thank you. Actually, I want to thank Honorable Baruku because it is through this bill that we want to ask the ministry to disseminate the information and let the public know, and even the members of parliament who are here today. Let me take this case, a less needy case. These are parents who are earned between or who earn over 200,000. They have 244,000 for the fees. The balance, the government scholarship is about 38%. The loan is 151. That is 93,151. Government loan is actually 55,000. And now this individual student will pay 17,106. Why am I saying this? There are instances where parents bring us, when we're in our constituencies, just as fee structure of 200,000. They say, we have been told to pay this amount. They haven't been told that, and you know the universities have just issued all the students with admission letters and fee structures attached to them. The student, having received this, is supposed to actually go to the nearest cyber center to actually go through the various stages of actually getting, applying for the loan. Depending on his level of need, and I think Honorable Baruku has just put it, the parent's background, which are actually the mean testing instruments, the gender, the course type, the previous school attended, expenditure on education, family size and composition, marginalization, disability status, and the likes. If you look at that, based on those needs, because the child will be asked, which school did you go to? Who paid your fees? Maybe I was an orphan, it was paid by CDF. That in itself qualifies the child to almost get 100%. Apart from that, a question has been asked about upkeep. If you look at this, when you get us, for example, let me go to the vulnerable. We have a student who is very vulnerable. He gets a scholarship of 82%, he gets a loan of 18%, and he has out-of-pocket money of 44,000. That is out of pocket. That is for the upkeep at the university. So this student has gotten full school fees and has also gotten out of pocket. The problem with the current situation, as we speak, majorly, is the information to reach the parents. 2, it is also that most of these students, especially the needy and vulnerable, come from the interior, slums, areas where most of the information does not reach. 2, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue of timelines. In this particular document, timelines have been indicated that when a student applies for a loan, within a duration, it has 6 steps, and within a duration of 5 days, he's supposed to get a loan. I was with the Ministry of Education officials, but when you look at, first of all, the applicants are supposed to be 190,000. As we speak today, I don't think they are past 60,000. And this one includes the TVETs and all the other institutions. What Honorable Nyikal just put it across is that the admission and the timelines for students going to university has to be increased. Because as we speak now, most of the systems at times are down because of increased traffic. At times, the parents haven't gotten the information. The students haven't gotten enough time. And all this is actually attributed to administrative challenges. Honorable Speaker, there is an issue I also want to bring to the attention of members. Compared to the previous funding model, this model is actually going to give universities more money. In the second years and the third year student and the fourth year students are still using the differentiated unit cost. The money allocated this year for this particular funding model alone is about 40 billion shillings. Meaning that on average, every student is supposed to get about 200,000 shillings per program. Meaning that the issue of universities having or not having enough fees is going to be a thing of the past. So under the House, we support the model. However, we want to ask the ministry to administer and make sure that this model is understood well, it reaches the parents, it reaches the students, and it is adequately addressed, especially on issues of challenges. I support, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Julius Meli. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona, MP for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank Honorable Geoffrey for this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping to be brief. In any event, you only have 5 minutes. My concern, Mr. Speaker, listening to Honorable Geoffrey and to the chairman of the Committee of Education, is that I get more confused than more answers. Mr. Speaker, if I, as a member of parliament who is representing my constituency, is confused about this, how much more are my constituents going to be confused? Because if you listen to Honorable Geoffrey, you see so many challenges with this model. On the other hand, you are saying that it's a better model and more students are going to get access to education. But I just want to agree with Honorable Geoffrey that we must ensure that even where we say that, because what he said is the subsidy has been removed. And if subsidy has been removed, then it means there's a category of students that is going to take up all that, you know, that fee that they were not taking before. So in effect, it means the fee has been increased for that category of students. And so you will find that that category of students, most of them are going to drop off even the technical courses. And for me, that is very worrisome, because as a country, we need to be producing doctors, nurses, you know, specialized courses. But if you have a system that is going to exclude people, Mr. Speaker, that is a grave concern. Speaking as a lawyer, I also want to raise concerns over the use of certain terms very, I don't want to say carelessly, but when you say we have the vulnerable, we have needy, we have less needy, sometimes I'm hearing extremely needy. So I don't know the categorizations, but even from that alone, I don't know which law, which is the legal framework that we are using to refer to that. And at this point, I wouldn't mind to be informed after I sit down so that you don't eat into my system. But is there a legal framework defining who is vulnerable? Because if there's no legal framework, then I can assure you, if I had a child with corruption in this country, my child would be very vulnerable. In fact, I would even have add another adjective. I would say extremely vulnerable. Because this is Kenya. We know what Kenya and corruption is. Corruption is our middle name as a country. And as much as we are saying we are committed to eradicating corruption, it will take us years. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think for me the issue is, where is the legal framework? I'm also very concerned that even what the chair has agreed, even with the Honorable Geoffrey, because of lack of public participation, most people are not aware of this. Talking as a member of parliament who represents a rural constituency, we even have a challenge getting people out to access bursary, which is open. Everybody, almost everybody, let me say, the constituency knows. During the time when I was campaigning, I found a young man who had got an A and had been admitted to University of Nairobi in a place called Lusao in my constituency, which is sort of one of the farthest flung areas in my constituency. He had deferred his degree for 1 year, not aware that he could have come and asked for bursary in my constituency. Now you are telling this guy in Lusao, where there is no digital hub, to go and get and use a hub, a computer hub, to come and give information. Let us be realistic about the country we are living in. We have many people who things like computers sound like going to mass. So let us be realistic about the people that we are representing. Let us not operate as though we are representing people who live in Lavington, Kileleshwa, and Karen. We are representing people who live in Usao, in Sukuru and Sikri in my constituency. There are people who will not access these systems very easily. The other issue is also on the issue of identity cards, which has also been raised by Honorable Geoffrey. If you are talking about border constituencies like my constituency, getting normal identification is a problem. So it means, especially for people who are transiting from one system to another, that we will not be able to apply at all, because we will not get IDs. It takes a year or 2 years even to get those IDs. So what are you telling us, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I think I'll leave it because my time is up, but could I just request that we need a kamkunji on this issue so that you inform members of parliament first on this issue so that we can be better representatives. Thank you.
Honorable Millie, just before you sit, I see you have a few seconds.
Oh, thank you.
Tell me, I have, you know, my eldest brother passed on. Now my nephew, immediate nephew, how do you consider his level of need to a son of some peasant farmers who are over 80 or over 60 years old, not earning regular income? How would, or how, in terms of your information, would their levels of need be categorized and defined?
Mr. Speaker, that is actually my challenge, because how you will classify a person as vulnerable, as needy, as extremely needy, and if you look at the number of people who are living below the poverty line, in this country almost 60% are extremely needy. So what we are basically saying is almost every 70% will qualify for this. Are we actually being realistic about this? Because we are going to knock off people because of this. And the other thing is we are going to push it to members of parliament, like you should see in our inboxes already, and I'm sure you're already facing it. People who are putting you in WhatsApp groups to collect funds for school fees, and we can't afford it. And mothers are panicking. There's a woman who keeps calling me from Bitter Town every day. She's called Lindsay. She calls me every day because she cannot afford fees for her child. And she's not the only one. There's one from Ogando, there's one for, I can count many of them. And Chair, we are actually putting the country in crisis. This is something, and I want to thank Honorable Geoffrey for raising this thing at this time. We need to deal with it as a matter of crisis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Gideon Kimayo, the Member of Parliament representing the people of Keio South constituency. You are recognized.
Asante Bwana Spika. Mimi nashukuru Mheshimiwa Ruku kwa mada huu ambao ameuleta jioni ya leo, na namuunga mkono. Ngachi ninapomuunga mkono, kuna pia ambayo ile wizara ya elimu inafaa pia ituambie vizuri. Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba kuna ile ukosefu wa habari, yani hatuijui. Mimi kama mbunge hata sielewi hii mfumo umeletwa utafanywa namna gani, na umesikia jinsi ambavyo wabunge wenzangu pia wanaisema. Sasa kama sisi kama wabunge hatuielewi vizuri, ule mtu ambaye kwa mashinani ataelewa namna gani? Jambo la pili ni kwamba ile njia ambayo imesemekana itatumika kutambua yule ambaye atapata karo kiasi fulani, yule ambaye atapata basari ni kiasi fulani, wanasema itatumika kupitia kwa kompyuta. Ule mtu ambaye ako mashinani, kwa mfano mali mimi natoka, mtu ako pale ndani pale chini kwa Flospa pale Kerio Valley, atatoa wapi kompyuta? Hiyo ni njia ya kumfungia asipate hiyo msaada ya basari kwenye chuo kikuu.
Honorable Meli Julius, what is out of order?
To inform the member.
Honorable Kimayo, do you want to be informed?
Honorable Chair.
He can only inform you if you want information.
I allow.
Yes, thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform the member that even the current model of funding, it is actually computerized. There is no funding model as we speak today, which actually doesn't require the student to enter data. And two, it will also ensure, I think this particular model, as new as it is, it has teething problems. But it is a very good model because it is giving universities money. Assuming that we had the other one, that's the information I want to give, so that we don't think that we are introducing a model which is different from the others and it was manual. All of it has been having mean testing instrument. Thank you, Honorable. Mean testing. Yes.
Honorable Julius Meli, you were allowed by Honorable Kimayo to inform him. Now you have introduced a phrase called means testing. Could you unpack that? Yes. And in the context also of how you establish those categories, you say 23,000 to what? How do you establish them for non-salaried guardians? People who are living hand to mouth, like those parents in the villages or Kibra who do not earn, regular monthly salary like others.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think, Honorable Speaker, each and every member who is here today has, maybe when you go to a bank, when you go to a financial lending institution, they undertake or they actually guide you to fill a 2 or 3 page document, which in itself is trying to assess your ability to pay and the need for you to have those resources. In this particular case, that is actually an example of a mean testing instrument. It has been in use for several years. Even in the current system, students have been mean tested. Let me take to the constituency. I do in my constituency mean test orally the members, the beneficiary of CDF. If you are an orphan, you get more money. If you are from a single family and you are very needy, for example, your mother or your father is not employed or a peasant farmer, you get a better amount. If you are a child of a teacher in a rural constituency, for example, you will get less. What am I saying? The kind of mean testing that we have today is supposed to classify the child based on the school he attended. If he attended a very local school, if he was dropped by the parent to go to school, if he actually a beneficiary of scholarship or bursaries of CDF, that's an needy case. So amongst many others. But assuming that it is a child of Honorable Mele, where I'm dropping the child to school, the child is asked, what was the means of transport to school? I was dropped by the driver. I was taken to school by my parent. I went to a high-cost school. That child is actually going to be the category of the less needy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What of the... just a minute. Remember, Honorable Meli was just giving information. What of the child of my late brother, as Honorable Kaluma? Remember, you are going to categorize him as an orphan, which you confirm entitles him to more. You get what I'm talking about? What of the child of my late brother against the child of some villager who is existent? The guardians, the parents are there, but they don't earn at all. In fact, some are very old. And I'm asking this of you in terms of the information you're giving to the House, because I know you meet them in when you oversight CDF in your constituency. Yes, so we are talking about the deficiencies in just, bare clarifications. I remember that is what Honorable Millie Odhiambo was talking about. Honorable members, let us allow Honorable Kimayo, having been informed, to complete his contributions.
Asante Bwana Speaker, na ndaomba Speaker nipatie...
Honorable Mili, the Chair of Education Committee stood to inform Honorable Kimayo. You can not stand on a point of order to inform the Honorable Meli, who is also on a point of order to inform Honorable Kimayo. Order, Honorable Mili. Order. Honorable Kimayo, proceed. And your time is added so that you conclude your contributions.
Asante Bwana Speaker. Mheshimiwa Meli, nasema asante, nimefahamika, lakini mimi sikuwa nasema nakosoa huo mfumo. Nasema tu zile changamoto ambazo tutasipata hapa mbele. Na kwa mfano sasa wiki mbili ambazo zitakuja hapo mbele, wanafunzi wataenda shule na watalazimishwa kulipa hizo karo kama hawatafaidika kwa huo mfumo ya kupata huo msaada wa basari. So Bwana Speaker, mimi nilikuwa nasema kwamba namuunga mkono ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Ruku kwa kuleta huu mada, na mimi nasema kwamba ni muhimu sana Wizara ya Elimu itueleze, itufahamishe. Manake kama sisi kama wabunge tuna changamoto ya kuielewa sasa nini itafanyika kwa ule mwananchi ambaye ako pale nje. Nikasema kwamba watupatie habari, tuielewe vizuri, tupate habari, kwa sababu kuna ukosefu wa habari. Bado tunahitaji taarifa zaidi kuhusu huu mfumo, na pia tupate kuielewa. Na ya tatu nikasema kwamba ile njia ambayo imetumika kutambua yule ambaye kwa ile wameweka kwa lugha ya Kimombo wakasema vulnerable na hizo zingine, watu waielewe. Lakini mimi namuunga mkono rais kwa kuleta huu mfumo, maana kulingana na ile chopo ambayo iliwekwa na rais ndio ilileta hii mfumo mpya. Manake pale mashinani unapata mtoto ambaye amesoma kwenye shule ambayo tunaita academy, amepita kupata academy, ameshindana na ule mtoto ambaye anasoma ile shule ya msingi iliyo chini kabisa. Kwa mfano mali natoka, kuna shule inaitwa Kipkanao, shule ya chini kabisa, haina madawati, haina madarasa, lakini inashindana na shule ambayo ni ya kibinafsi. Mtoto anapata alama 400 kwa sababu amesoma academy. Ule ambaye amesoma ile shule ya msingi ya chini, ile ya umma, anapata alama 200. Ule anaitwa shule ya Alliance, ule anaitwa shule ya Mangu. Huyo msasi wake anaweza kwa sababu alimpeleka shule ya academy. Wanapomaliza shule ya umma ya sekondari, wanaitwa university, wanaitwa kwenye chuo kikuu, wanaenda tena kushindania ile shule ambazo ni za umma. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, wewe ambaye unapeleka mtoto wako kwa shule ya academy, ukitoka shule ya academy peleka shule ya kibinafsi ya sekondari, ukitoka shule ya kibinafsi ya sekondari peleka university ama peleka chuo kikuu cha kibinafsi. Wacha wale watoto wa umma ambao hao ndio wako chini zaidi wawezi kupatiwa fedha ya serikali kusaidiwa kuimarika kwa maisha yao, ndio wawe sawa na wale ambao wanajiweza kifedha. Kwa sababu tusipofanya hivyo, ile usawa, ile ukosefu wa usawa kwenye jamii ambayo tunaita kwa lugha ya Kimombo inequality, itaendelea kuongezeka kwenye jamii. Ile ambao unaangalia kwa jamii kwamba wale ambao wako na mali ndio wanaendelea kuendelea kwa maisha yao, wale ambao hawana mali wanaendelea kwenda chini. Na hayo tu Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono hiyo mfumo, lakini nasema Wizara ya Elimu iweze kutupatia habari zaidi. Asante Bwana Spika.
Okuome, the MP for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I must say the motion itself is good, I support it. But the problems are in the applications, like my colleagues have indicated. When I read this in the papers, I decided to call my sub-county Director of Education to get explanation from him, and also to tell me whether the students in Karachuonyo are applying for the help or scholarship. But admittedly, he told me that they were not understanding it well. So I agreed with him that even if I were to support a meeting, a kind of a conference, he should call the students who are eligible for this and get somebody from the ministry to explain to them what can be done. I also contacted some of the students, and they told me that the system is still closed. And as we speak, September is just next door. So when are these students going to apply for this help or scholarship? That's one problem I'm seeing already. I think the chairman of the education committee said that the bursary will reach the students 5 days after application. Now, really, the students who are going to apply are extremely many. Will you be able to process the whole thing within 3 or 4 days? I know probably you say, yeah, the system is computerized and getting the qualified students is not a problem. That will bring us to what my colleagues have also said, that categorization of the students or classifying them in line with the categories you mentioned, very vulnerable and whatever. Now that's abstract, because who declares somebody, like it has been asked, who declares a student very vulnerable? What are the details of declaration? These are things which are going to make the whole thing complicated. But in the meantime, one thing I would ask is that the students who are joining in September should not be refused admission because they don't have the fees to pay. Because if that happens, I don't know how you are going to get the university to work. So that's one request which can go through you, Chairman of Education Committee, that they should not refuse to take any child because of failing to pay the required fee by September. And I think the information to us, like it is necessary, we know, the information on this system should be given publicly, and let the newspapers also come out to educate our people so that we can maximize the use of this model coming up in the Ministry of Education. I see my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, sorry.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP for Karachuonyo. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As my colleagues have said before me, these are very agonizing times, very stressful times for members of parliament and parents. Allow me, Speaker, to read a message I was sent by a parent. Mtoto wangu anaenda University ya Meru kusomea utangazaji na fees ni 204. Nilikuwa naomba usaidizi kwa sababu hii fee ni mingi na sitaweza peleka mtoto peke yangu. Nisaidie niweze kusomesha mtoto wangu. Honorable Speaker, and that's where the problem lies. The model has not been marketed. Let me use the typical word. The model has not been publicized. I speak so from before I came to Parliament. I came from the lecture halls. Before I came to Parliament, I was the last group that got boom the first year. When they abolished boom, we went on a serious strike. We stayed home for 1 year. And it has gone through a metamorphosis over time. Honorable Speaker, you are aware there is the Equity Bank's model, Equity Wings to Fly. There is a presidential award for secondary schools. And all of them have been beset with various challenges of administration and management. And that's why when we stand here today, through the Committee on Education, Science and Research, it is important, whatever it takes, let the Cabinet Secretary and the Ministry of Education take as much space in media, be it vernacular media, be it mainstream media, be it in social media, be it in any other form of communication, and reach out to the people wherever they are. Let them take a crash program to the assistant chiefs, GAO officials. Let them take through the members of parliament for them to understand this model and go and sell it to the people outside there. A good idea will be lost because of challenges of implementation, challenges how it is framed. Honorable Speaker, we are going to lose very many students. As the chair has said, they are targeting 190,000 students. There are only 1 week to the first cohort to join, that's on 24th, around August. So where will they capture this 130? Parents are apprehensive. Students are confused. Nobody knows what is happening. You can imagine, yes, I totally agree. We need to do it through the digital space so that there is we are digitizing our economy. I don't accept paper trails, paper application. It's becoming a waste. But we need to look at how far is the network depend, 3G network or internet, so that these students can be able to reach to various people. Honorable Speaker, the issue of selecting the bands, I fear there's going to be various introduction of some parameters that are not going to work. Honorable Speaker, there are teachers in the villages, primary school teachers, whose their salary probably on paper is 23,000, as they have said, or 40 or so. But they're saddled by loans. God has given them enough strength in the loin. They have very many children. So obviously their expenses are spread thinly. We need to be, if I were the government, I would say the 190 students, let us all of them treat them in the same manner, regardless how you are going to award the assessment of need. Honestly speaking, when we went, it did not matter where you came from. When you apply help, you have committed yourself to apply. It is a loan. If the government wants free education, education is an equalizer. Let us use that to equalize. But introducing too many bureaucracies.
Honorable John Bwire, MP for Taveta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time I hear my colleagues debating on this matter, like them, I am more confused. I have listened to the chairperson of the Education Committee, and one thing that is not coming out clear, the previous model of help had two categorization of award of loans and bursaries. The first categorization was merit. As long as you are elected to join university and a joint admission board, you are to get an allocation through by way of government subsidy. The next categorization that was used was the needy. The challenge we are having with the model that we have is that it has only used one angle, which is needy. And even on the angle of the measure of needness, the challenge that we have, in the previous model, we had a lot of checks and balances. The chair says that it was a mean statement, it was also automated. Yes, it was, but it was a hybrid system. You were to fill your needs, or you are to fill it online, but again, you are required to take that form to your chief and to your pastor. The pastor and your chief were able to assess whether you are truly a needy student. There were checks and balances. The system as it is right now, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I practice in Mombasa. There are shops, internet, cyber offices opened where people have given themselves jobs of ensuring, of allowing you to apply, and they have mastered the art of applying to ensure, even if you are not needy, they have governed enough knowledge to ensure that they get money and they apply for you, you are categorized as an extremely needy. And those are the checks and balances that we are complaining about. The previous system had enough checks and balances to ensure that only needy students, even if there was a margin of error, probably it was plus or minus 5. But the current system completely fails. Chair, I come from a constituency where there is no fiber optic. I have even had to force myself to put an application center in my office where children are now coming all the way from Jukini, all the way from Marodo. The cost of border, the fare alone from Jukini to Taveta town costs almost 600 shillings. Parents cannot afford this. And that is why we are saying, in any law, Speaker, you understand me and you, every transition always has a transition clause. Every change of system has a transition clause. The problem we are having is that we allowed some professors, came up with a good idea, but they do not have first-hand experience of the challenges that we know, the members of parliament. And I wish they had called us for a stakeholder, for public participation, for engagement. We would have told them the challenges that we are now telling them now when the system is supposed to be working. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for adjournment, and I also support that the Cabinet Secretary for Education comes here and explain to members of Parliament and to the public, members of public, and to Kenyans how they are going to implement this system in a midst of challenges of time, in a midst of challenges of resources, in a midst of many challenges that my colleagues have mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this time, and I also want to congratulate you for the good performance your school, Ogande Mixed Secondary School, has done at the national levels. And it pains me to know that some of these good performers may never see the gate of university because of the very, very stringent measures that are there and the high cost of fee that is required of them for them to join university. Honorable Speaker, as has already been articulated, it is unfortunate that the consumers of this particular model were not fully involved. Their acceptance was never given. They were never given an opportunity to make an informed consent, Honorable Speaker. I really, really find it very, very unfortunate, because if it were not for what we went through, if it were not for the bursary systems we got through HELP, if it were not for the loan that we got through HELP, some of us would not have gone to school, given the background that we came from. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that Kenya thinks its education systems once more. The funding system for higher education and even primary education and secondary education, all levels of education, Honorable Speaker. We need to rethink and relook our systems. What country are we going to have, Honorable Speaker, if we make it so difficult for the daughter or son of a poor person not to go to school? I know that there are some people in this society who 300,000 is nothing to them, that's pocket change. But there are families who cannot even afford food. There are families, Honorable Speaker, who cannot even afford shelter, basic shelter. And somehow God has a way of balancing such that from those very, very poor families, we get very bright children. We get very, very bright students. What are we going to do about these bright students when we know very well that education is the only equalizer, Honorable Speaker? It is education that puts a rich man and a poor man's child on the same table, Honorable Speaker. I want to say this. It is high time we rethought this as a nation and gave the children of the poor an opportunity to go to school at whatever level that their brains can take them. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, you are doing very well in your first term, bringing such motions. Let me thank you on behalf of the House. Honorable Julius Meli, the chair of the Departmental Committee on Education. Parliament does not just debate in vain. What action is the committee going to take to secure that that the matters we are talking about here are addressed in a manner that the children are not prejudiced in terms of entry? Is it possible that the Education Committee could meet by latest Tuesday, allow as many members as possible to be there, so that at least together with the agencies of government concerned, and as leadership we can come to a solution in terms of how this can be implemented, not to prejudice students reporting for admission? I give you a minute to make commitment. I know it is an adjournment motion, but it would be good that you communicate with the committee which are in charge of is going to talk about it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think that that direction is right in order. And I will actually, because of the 7-day rule of the standing orders, that I shall actually ask the clerk that we expedite the information so that the speakers, so that the cabinet secretary appears before the committee by Thursday next week, so that actually with all the information and now during that particular discussion, I think it should be beamed live across the country for more parents and for more people to learn. And then too, even more members also will come to that committee so that they can get more of the information. Are you in direction, Mr. Speaker? I will do that. Or in the people who allocate the halls are actually the sergeant at arms. If they allocate this place, no problem. Yes.
I can assure you this matter is also important, that we adjourned the business of Parliament to discuss it.
Yes.
And I can assure you it is a matter the office of the Speaker would gladly support if you made a request that this meeting is on Tuesday. And that I pray you do so.
I will, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable members, the time being 7:06 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 22nd day of August 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the Parliamentary Broadcast Unit. Welcome to the second session of the morning sitting of Wednesday, August 9. That starts at 9.